if he the baby, but I know he's younger than Fallon and Marquise, Paul kids. I think he the third one. Then Marquise had another one.
Mm-hmm.
They were all grown though. But yeah, he worked for Phil Home. He worked for them top group. He worked for William C. Hurst. And he worked with Ronald L. Jones. Because when Chantel's son died not too long ago, when Buddha Man died, he was carrying the casket.
Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about him passing away too.
Yeah.
Chantel's son, because she had like several sons, right?
No, she only had 2 sons. The rest of her, she had 6 kids.
Wasn't 2 of them twins?
No, them her brothers as twins.
Oh, okay, them are brothers.
Yeah, twins running their family. Sigurd was a twin.
So how did Chantel's son pass?
Yeah, OD on some pills that had some fentanyl in them.
They like laced the pills on them?
Yeah, they was probably, I think they was made with fentanyl. That's what they do. They spraying fentanyl in this weed and all this bull crap.
Right. Because he thinking he taking a different kind of pill.
Right, you think he's taking a Percocet or something, or an X pill.
Yeah, and they laced it.
And they had fentanyl, and it had fentanyl in it. And then plus, he had just got out too. Chantel taking that shit hard too. I thought Tyrone got to be careful shit. Chantel, like she gonna end her life, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she need therapy. So where was he? Where was his location when he was found?
He was at a party. He was out there where Chantel used to stay in their neighborhood, Berkeley.
Mm-hmm.
And he was at some kind of party, and everybody had left. The girl whose house he was at, they said he was sitting up there. She asked him, was he okay? He said, yeah. She said she went upstairs and took a shower. This is the story I heard, right?
Mm-hmm.
Went upstairs and took a shower and came back. When she was coming back down the stairs, she heard a big right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's him falling. I guess he had got up and he had fell, you know what I'm saying, after church.
Right.
Or whatever. And she called the ambulance and stuff and whatever. And called Tony, start paying mama. And Chantel, Mama Tony had called Chantel, was like, you need to go out of such, because they turned my booty man dead, just died or something. Well, he might be dead.
This is more of the Phone Chronicles, y'all. More Phone Chronicles.
She was like, I just bought him something to eat, because she had just got off the phone with him like 30 minutes prior.
Wow, that's sad. Yeah, that's very sad.
And the crazy thing about it, I didn't even know he was out. He only had been out of jail for 8 days. I didn't even know he was out. But somebody he had requested me as a friend. He had did a new Facebook friend, right?
Right. And
I was looking, I was like, and I had just looked at it. I'm saying to myself, I'm not ready to accept this because Blue Man, last I knew Blue Man was in jail.
Oh, so you didn't think it was him?
Nah. Nobody had told me he was out. And Tyrone's daughter, Camille's daughter, Shanette, was talking to him right before he passed, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So people took it hard. It was extremely packed, boy. It was so packed. They had 2 sides, 2 chapels. It was crazy, man. It was crazy. It was a sad situation. I see her hollering, telling them to close the casket. Screaming, honey, just sad. It's crazy.
And because how old was he, Tina? Oh, okay, that's young. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, it kind of remind you of kind of like Kanika Jenkins. Remember, she went to the party and then something
Mm-hmm.
happened to her. So it sounded like somebody laced them with something.
They probably did. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's why you. That's why I be telling people you gotta be careful where you get these pills from, man.
Yeah, and then when you at a party, you don't want to take nothing. You don't, even if somebody comes to the party and deliver it to you, because you don't never know. See, them parties, that's where your enemies get you.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes people be mad with you because you out of jail. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They're like, who he is? He out? He the Lord protecting him? They want you to die in there. Your enemies hate you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so tell most definitely these therapists.
And how long has it been since he passed away?
Yeah. Uh, yeah, I gotta look at the picture, but I don't think I got any picture of these. Yeah, I think it ain't been that long. It's been after, I think it's been after YT.
Oh, so that's been kind of recent.
Yeah, that's been recent, like maybe, yeah, before I start work, I think maybe in October or something.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I mean, telling people leave these kids up in there, you know what I'm saying? He would have still been, but she got him out, you know.
Oh, I'm out.
Yeah, he had been locked up for about 8 months. So, you know, his tolerance level when he went out no more than 8 days.
Oh, the bail thing. You know that a lot happened with that. I was just watching one of the cases where remember that young man, he was bailed out a year before. His mama bailed him out. Then
Mm,
a year later, he killed 7 people in his family,
mm,
including his mama.
mm,
Yeah, a lot of times they get bailed out. They either pass away or they kill or get killed.
mm,
Cause see, the bailing them out, it's like the Lord want them in there for a certain period,
right.
and it's so really the Lord in some of those cases, especially a case where you're not being harmed in the jail,
Right.
severely harmed, like you ain't being beat or raped. So the Lord is putting them to the side for a certain period. I won't do
Mm,
it. They got to tell me that you being raped or beat. But I believe in like protective custody because of the
mm,
jails being so bad. But I don't bail nobody out. Now I'll go to court and say you should get out, but I'm not gonna bail you out and
mm.
do that money bail because it's a you going against a protection. That's why they there.
Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe they
Mm-hmm.
should kill people.
Yeah, I won't do it. I sure won't. I don't bail, not even my own children. I
Mm-hmm.
don't bail nobody out. I let them go through their time, and because the judge gonna let them out anyway. You don't need to bail them out because they're gonna have a court date. They could get out that way.
Right.
Cause see what happens in a case like that, like with Chantel, you know what could be happening, Tina?
The
See,
guilt.
see, because she feel like she had something to do with that.
Yeah, I'm quite sure that's what it is. That's one
Yeah,
of the. Yeah.
yeah. But either way, I see it's a catch-22. If she leave him there and he get killed, say she leave him in jail, right? But
Mm-hmm.
in this case, he was gonna survive jail. You see what I mean? So,
Yeah.
bail out, now you connected to it and you feel like it's your fault and all of that. But I mean, the way for her to heal over that would be to make him responsible. He the one doing pills, you know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
if he willingly took a pill, but then she might feel guilt if I'm quite sure she told him don't do pills. I mean, I talked to Chantel before. She gonna tell him don't do pills. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Yeah, 'cause that's the only one of her children that had even been to jail. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Like none of our kids, they all graduated from high school. To be young, they all graduated. Even Boo Man, he graduated. Boo Man was kind of Boo Man and Nene was kind of everybody's favorite. Chantel's second oldest daughter,
Mm-hmm.
Nene, and Boo Man. Me and Sierra used to keep Boo Man. Boo Man was so respectful, yes ma'am, no matter what. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
He just smiled and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He used to come and visit me at my job. Where you at, cuz? Where you at, big cuz? Okay, cuz, where you at? Cause he had a little stuttering problem.
Mm-hmm.
He always kept a smile. The Boo Man will get active too. Don't mess with his people.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's too bad, that happened, but
Yeah.
they got that she could go through like that grief therapy.
Mm-hmm.
And see, we all gonna die.
Right.
So that's the way. It's hard to use logic though when these situations, right?
Yeah.
She got to take out the bail out. I bailed him out. She got to take out all of that from the scenario and just look at it like we all gonna die anyway. So
Mm-hmm.
he just died first, and so it's like ain't no sense of crying about something too much that's just gonna happen to us all. You got to look at death kind of much different because if you don't, you're gonna be crying every week over
Yeah, that's what she's
somebody.
doing every week.
Yeah.
I mean, shit, I don't even want to see her post on Facebook. It's so depressing.
Yeah. And see, I don't think he would want that for his mother.
Nah.
See, she living in a way that he wouldn't want her doing that. He would be like, "Mom, move on with your life. Be happy, man." But it's that bail has a lot to do with it. But people go through not bailing them out, and they
Mm-hmm.
get killed, and they can't forgive themselves for that when they don't bail them out. But usually they're fine now. It always that bailout thing. That's when it go down. You always be like, "Well, he should have stayed there." Yeah, don't bail them out. Judge gonna let them out. Then
Mm-hmm.
it's on the judge. They gonna have a court date because when they offered bail, they gonna have a court date and they can ask the judge to let them out. You don't have to be bailed out.
Right.
So that's gonna take 2 to 4 months
Yeah,
later.
sure, locked up too now.
Who is?
Twins.
Who?
Tony's son, twin. The other twin.
Oh, he is.
Yeah, he just got locked up. I was wondering why I ain't seen him on Facebook. He normally holler at me. He must have got locked up within the last month or something. Or two.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm saying his bond is $250,000.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Mm-hmm. Been to
Thank you
court
so
twice.
much for the likes, y'all. But
He which I'm shocked. Tyrone say I'm real shocked. He hit the girlfriend.
uh-huh.
He hit her in her face. He hit her in her jaw, broke her jaw or something.
Oh, that's not good.
Yeah, so that's what he locked up for.
Mm-hmm.
They had a warrant out for his arrest. And he was riding with somebody. And the car got pulled over. And they ran his name and locked him up. He been locked up since then, Tyrone said.
Mm-hmm.
I said, now why would he do that? He know his hands is registered as lethal weapon. Lethal weapon. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, he's like a black belt or something.
Yeah, the motherfucker, him and the other twin. Both of them, you know, the other twin, Tony, the other son, they gave him 70 years. 70. You know, he been locked up ever since he was 19.
Oh wow, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, he got 70 years.
Because last time I talked to Chantel, it's been over a decade ago, both twins was free.
Shit. That twin been locked up. Twin is 30-some years old now.
Yeah, because I remember when they was having...
He been locked up ever since he was 20.
Yeah, so it's been over that. Yeah, it's been a long time because that's when they was having...
He been locked up ever since he was 19. 18, 19. He just turned 19.
Yeah, because remember they had beef with Pierre?
Yeah.
The twin.
That was the twin that just got locked up.
Right, the one. So he's okay. So he just got locked up because them are Chantel brothers, right?
Yeah, them Tony sons.
Okay. And how long he been locked up?
He been locked up. The one that just got locked up. I think about 2 or 3 months now.
Oh, okay, so it's recent.
I'm shocked because this is my first time, and he very protective of women, so that's why I'm shocked.
Mm-hmm.
He won't be able to do that stuff. But Tyrone was telling me some story.
Was he defending himself? Was he attacked by this lady first?
Yeah, he was attacked by the lady first.
Okay.
But still, you know, your hands rested. You could have killed that woman.
Yeah, yeah.
You know, his hands is rested. He boxed. He used to box. He still, you know what I'm saying? He trained people.
Yeah, but in that case, he probably lost his temper and he forgets she a woman.
Yeah. But I'm so shocked because this T.I. looking motherfucker always preaching this shit.
He look like T.I. Tina.
Yeah, they look like T.I.
Guy is handsome.
Yeah, they handsome. Twin, you know, Twin got 16 kids. He had 16 kids. He had 14 when he was 30 years old. All the baby mamas get along. Shit, they more active in the kid, each other kids' life than he is for real. He be trying. He want more kids.
Mm-hmm.
And then he want them. He claimed Hebrew Israelite stuff now.
Oh yeah. Most people they get in that religion but back out of it. Mm-hmm. They teach a lot of racism.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an extremist religion.
Yeah, that twin, because that's the one that was kind of more up in the air. You know what I'm saying? The one that was locked up for 70 years.
Mm-hmm. That's a long time.
Yeah, because he killed that boy in cold blood. He's always got to do. He killed. So I don't know if I told you this a while ago. The lady, Miss Sheila, that used to work with me.
Mm-hmm.
Me and Miss Sheila still cool. But one day, the twin that just got locked up, they came up to my job years ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
So this how St. Louis is. So Twin came up to my job and see me, like, because I'm going to come see me on the south side or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, all right. We came up, we was on break. So the woman, Miss Sheila, had looked. And, you know, she looked like, you know, like she seen a ghost or something, like she was distraught, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she said, BG, she said, who was that dude that came up and see you? And I said, that was my little cousin. Why? And she said, because he was like the little dude that killed my nephew. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, she got to talking, I'm like, oh, no, he didn't kill nobody, but you know, this
Yeah,
and that.
and you gonna say that because for one, he's still walking around free.
Right.
Like
No,
who did he kill and he just came in here?
Yeah, but this wasn't the one that killed her nephew. It was the one that got 70 years. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So she got to talking about it.
Oh, because they twins. So they look up. Yeah, okay. So she mistaken. She don't know that. She don't know that that's the other twin, but really his twin brother did it.
Right, but he locked up for it. But she just said, you know what I'm saying? He caught off guard. But we ended up talking about it and shit. She was talking about it. And I say, but she kept on talking about it for days, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I say, what the twin name is? She say, it was something with an M. She said, yeah. She said, in the I can't, and we been looking for that bitch, you know, this, that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So as she went on, when I say, and me and Miss Sheila, we hella cool, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, I said, yeah, that's the other twin or whatever. I said, that's the brother. She said, you know what? He sure was a twin. This, that. And it was like, but I was thinking to myself, yeah, I gotta watch my back now.
Yeah.
But I told her, but I straight up told her, I said, look, I said, I'm telling you like this, I don't condone that. I said, I feel your pain. I don't communicate with him. I don't do this, that. I don't do none of that. And that shit was wrong what he did. I said, but, you know, of course, that bitch plays the role too. Because it's always over. They was shooting dice, right?
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Jenny.
Yeah.
Pardon. Yes, I hear you.
They was shooting dice. A dude stole the twin pad, a scooter bike or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the dude that stole the scooter was the cousin of the one he killed. But check this out. So the dude that stole the scooter sold it to the cousin for $1,000. The cousin didn't know that the bike was stolen and didn't know it was twins' bike. You heard me?
Right.
So twin all over here on the south side looking for the bike. He no St. Louis Smiles a girl that the dude.
Thank you, Jania. And there was another commenter I want to thank, but it was removed. I guess they maybe removed it. I don't know. I'm trying to find it. Thank you so much for the chats. Thank you so much for the chats and comments.
She was messing with twin and messing with the dude that bought the bike. That told twin and said, yeah, I know where your bike is. So, you know, and twin got there and seen the dude on the bike. And twin shot him in cold blooded. And then dude was trying to run away and shot him. He unloaded the clip.
Welcome, Jania from the Philippines. I appreciate you. I love the Filipino community here in the United States.
Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, it's like a mistaken identity because just because he's seeing with the bike, he's kind of assuming he stole it, but he don't know he bought it from somebody.
Yeah, he don't know that. He don't know. Twin don't know that he bought it. But I don't see why Twin didn't know that he bought it because he wasn't at the gambling thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but even if he stole it, it's not a good reason to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Just call the police.
Right.
Somebody stealing some don't mean they should lose their life.
Yeah, the girl said it. Then the girl set it up, because she the one told Twin. Because she was messing with the dude. Because how she knew that the dude had the bike because she was messing with the dude as well. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And messing with Twin. So that's why motherfucker, she been missing in action. She probably protect the custody. They can't find her nowhere. You hear me?
Right.
And then the dude that sold his cousin a bike, which is Miss Sheila's nephew, the one that got killed.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody ended up killing him a year later.
Dang.
Yep. Miss Sheila say that's, Coleman, what Miss Sheila told me, she said, yeah, God don't like ugly. She say, and the same motherfucker, his cousin that sold him the bike, goddamn me, knowing that it was stolen.
Oh, because when he sells it to him, he's aware that it's stolen.
Yeah, because he stole it for Twin. Knowing Twin to kill him. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know them boy ain't rap too tight. That motherfucker, the sweet as gold, but goddamn, his hands registered too. You know what I'm saying? He used to box. All of them, Keith, Tyrone's brother, he taught all of them know how to fight. They got big ass hands. Their hands is like fucking 3 of my hands.
Mm-hmm.
Remember Tony used to beat up her boyfriends and shit?
Yeah.
Cry and beat up her boyfriend. He used to beat Kenneth up. I used to be like, God damn, he hold us up. Tony got big ass hands, and it just imagine them boys got huge hands.
Mm-hmm.
Long thing. They identical, Only way you can tell them apart is one face is a little bit fatter than the other one. But you gotta look closer. I told you when Tony used to bring all her money to me, right? Tony had like $10,000.
Mm-hmm.
One of the twins they got from somewhere. I don't know where it got them. Tony couldn't put it in the bank because of child support or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Tony used to bring her money to me. Mm-hmm. Still have to put it in my safe, right?
Yeah.
And she used to bring her jewelry. She always trusted me. I used to have a safe in my room. She trusted me with jewelry.
I'm going to discuss that sweetest gold statement that was made that I don't agree with, y'all, but I'm going to discuss that further. Okay.
10 grand.
Thank you so much for the likes.
The twins, the motherfucker, the one that's locked up was coming. They was split. They had split it, right? Mm-hmm. They gave their mama to them. And then they were splitting it, the rest of it between the two. And one twin, the third one, he was coming, because I could not really identify him. He was saying, I'm Marcus. He was saying, I'm Mark. You know what I'm saying? So I'm giving him, let me get $350. So I'm going in the safe, giving him the money, writing it down. And I was like, did you just, then when Mark come, I'm like, did you just get $350 from me? So my mom had to been, that. I said, no, he said language. I said, he said your name. He said, man, my brother gave me.
Yeah.
But Tyrone brother Keith, that's what he used to do about training motherfuckers in the military, the boxing stuff. So that's how he trained shot Tony him. He was a big ass dude. That motherfucker was like a rock rider. He was built like a rock rider.
Mm-hmm. Good.
He was. He stood just like a rock rider. You see a rock rider from the back, the dog.
Uh-huh.
Stood just like that. And his arms was big as Tyson, but bigger. He was just solid. He was a big guy. But he was real solid. His stomach was hard and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. But you know, they said Keith was Ted Foster son originally. They wouldn't figure out the name.
How many children does Ted Foster have anyway?
I know he had, I think 2 boys, I think. Maybe 3 boys. Because Ozella had 5 kids,
Mm-hmm.
4 girls and 1 boy. I think the oldest, yeah, Chris is her son, and Alicia. That girl know she did the turnaround. That motherfucker written 1,000,001 books.
Mm-hmm.
And she went to jail for 7 years. And came out doing the damn thing.
Well, at least you got out.
Yeah, she did 7 years in the feds.
Why did they give her 7 years?
I don't know what her charge was. I don't know what she got charged with.
Mm-hmm.
Sammy's son, Pig girl, get out.
How long has he been in there?
Shit, Pig been in there. They got him 10 years in the
Mm-hmm.
fed. So he been in there about 7.5, 8 years.
And he's the son that's by Tramp.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
Tiana's still locked up.
How long has Tiana been in there?
Tiana been in there a long time too. She got 7 years.
Mm-hmm. And what is she there for? Because I thought Tiana was on a good track.
Tiana shot that motherfucker white boy. She was coming out the club, and the white boy was drunk and belligerent.
Mm-hmm.
But she had license to carry. But when he had reached over and tried to unlock her door, she shot him. She didn't kill him or nothing.
That should be. I think I remember that, and I felt like that was self-defense.
Yeah, but I think because she wasn't in it. I don't know if her license. I wonder what her license in. I think her license was from Illinois when she was over here in Missouri.
Yeah, that's one of the traps. They allow us to have a permit to have a weapon, but that's one of the reasons I never really wanted one, right? But when you black, when you use it, it's held against you. So we really don't have a right to bear arms. They're giving you the gun, but if you use it, at a minimum, you're gonna get manslaughter. It's very rare. Most people that are black, when they use their pistol, they're charged with something. They find something to charge you with, and it's and it's clear self-defense. So it's all a game. They have to allow us to bear arms because it's in the Constitution that everybody has a right to, but we don't have a right for real, because once you use it, you're gone. They got to damn near, kick your door in and break in your house. And even in those cases, it's been cases where I've seen like that. You sleep, they break it in your house. You can't get them out. They still go to prison for that. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just when you black and use it. That's why I teach my sons, don't get no pistol. Because you only allowed to carry it when you use it. You will be locked up.
My Uncle Abraham's son out, he got out about a month or two ago.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, he beat both his trials. You know, he was locked up. Both, you know, both of them was locked up when their mama died. The other one
Yeah.
still locked up.
And what did they go in there for?
Um, I don't know what the oldest one went in there for. He always in and out. Even before his mama died,
Uh-huh.
he's been in and out. You know, they were some badass boys already. You remember, Sil used to watch them. They never was bad towards Sil, but they was bad. You know, I wouldn't even, you know, they was like, they didn't do drugs for real. You know what I'm saying? They didn't, you know, they smoked weed or whatever now, but,
That's drugs when you bad. You don't need that neither.
I'm talking about when they were little. I'm talking about like at 8 years old.
Oh yeah, they sober acting like that.
Yeah, they was, but some, like the one incident, which is funny as hell though, you know, their mama and daddy, especially their mama, Marie, spoiled the shit out of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, they stayed out in Jenny's. They always had nice crib and shit. And when they like 6 and 8 at the time being.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody had broke in their house and stole their Christmas gift, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Sheila had went over there, and then Sheila had went over there because Marie was still working at the time. Then, you know, she always been like a security guard, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so Sheila was over there spend the night. You know, she used to go over Marie's house to spend the night a lot. And Rosa was coming through the window trying to steal the Christmas gifts again. They seen Marie brought some more gifts. You heard me?
Mm.
Them boys beat the shit up and beat the man back out the window. They had a bed. They waiting. They sleeping in the living room.
Wow, he done got a beating over some silly Christmas gifts.
Yeah. Them boys like, they 6 or 8 years old. Beat the mess out of the man.
Ooh, they was some little bitty kids, huh?
Yeah, 6 or 8.
And how old was he?
He was a grown man. He was like, you know what I'm saying, late 20s.
Wait a minute, Tina. Wait a minute. So some little bitty kids got him.
I'm telling you.
He done broke in the house on the wrong kids.
Yeah, you heard me. We like, shit.
That's what
Christmas, this is Christmas Eve too. And they would have that again.
These kids making sure you don't take their gifts.
So Sil come out.
He is 20-some years old, break in the house to take the kids' gifts and the family's gifts, and then get beat up by a 6 and an 8-year-old, 2 little boys. Mm-hmm.
See, some boy, them boys bad, but I won't blame Sil. Marie had bought all them toys, and them people come back in there trying to sit on a little bit. Talking about Javon them wasn't having any kids. Kids and Javon wasn't having that. Sil said, "No, tell them what them people would have done if the boys wouldn't have beat them back out the window."
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Because he'll take them Christmas gifts and shoot them children. Or strangle them out or do something to them. Yeah. Because one thing I think they flight or fight mode knew that he's grown and he can't get the upper hand. So they took care of it because really they scared too. That's why they beat him like that, because they know he grown and they kids.
Right.
So either they gonna freeze and just go in shock, they gonna run, or they gonna fight. And they fought. Yeah, because once he get the upper hand, they gonna lose it because they little children. Yeah, they knew that. They're like, this, he grown. We got to take care of this. Soon as he get through this, you know, before it get out of hand. Yeah, and they did quick timing, quick response, so they life was saved. Because these people, they don't care nothing about kids. They sometimes they'll leave a child alive, but much of the time they kill the kids, or they kidnap them,
right.
Do something to them. They do all kind. He could take the gifts and them, Or take the gifts and one of the kids. Like the Polly Class case. That man came in that window and she was having a slumber party and he took her. Sure did.
Well, see, they already know, you know what I'm saying? Like, they, you know, Abraham ain't always around because, you know, he was driving Greyhound.
Mm-hmm.
So he was always on the road. So shit. You know, they some kin of Chantel.
Oh, they are?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. I ain't never tell you that.
So the two little boys.
Yeah, they some kin of Chantel. They some kin of what's her name? Mama Boo now.
Mama Boo. Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Mm-hmm. The Maria Hemp here.
Yeah. Oh, that's where they get their fight blood from. Because them hemp hills can fight.
Yeah. And I think Ted's talking about, I mean, not Ted, Javon, you know, he talking about he beat both of his trial.
Mm-hmm.
So now he on house arrest. And he on house arrest and he can't get a job. They don't want him to have no job. He on home confinement.
And that's the system institute. He need a job. That way he ain't, you know, that gets you out of trouble too, working.
Yeah, but if he can't get they monitor him. They got him in the house.
Yeah, so he break out and do more crimes and go crazy. Staying in the house like that.
Mm-hmm. I said, what you been doing, Javon? I'm playing a video game. I said, what's he talking about, man? He said, oh, dude, he said I had to ask him, is you all right? I said, Abraham been weird like that since I was little. That motherfucker just weird. He happy you there, that's for sure. Because he was refusing. He wasn't going to sell that motherfucker house. Even made them kept on talking about he need to sell the house because the house too big, you know, because he got this big ass house.
Mm-hmm.
And he don't stay in Jenny's no more. He stay in Spanish Lake or Florence, whatever it's called. And so, you know, him and Maria got their house some years ago.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Jenny's just started getting real bad, so they had to relocate. After being there for 20 years in Jenny, so yeah. So they was you know, they was concerned about him because Maria died. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, so he seemed like he was getting into depression or whatever. He wouldn't answer his phone for real. He had answered for Eva May, but he always been like that for real. He was always to himself and shit. And you know, that military, I believe, fucked him up a little more. You know, he was in the military for years.
Oh yeah, so he gonna come out all gone. They have serious issues when they come out of that military, Tina.
Yeah, some of them do, yeah.
Remember John?
Yeah, Crazy John, Miss Mosby, son.
I don't call him crazy. I just say he had a condition.
Yeah, I mean, he was real smart.
Yeah, he was mentally ill from Agent Orange.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, he had been chemical. They had a condition because a lot of them came back because they put that chemical in the air.
Yeah.
And then it damages the brain.
You see seen what I sent you earlier, did you?
Oh yeah, the Facebook post.
Was it Facebook, the Purigo thing?
Yeah, where they sprayed that stuff on purpose.
That shit was true. Around Purigo.
Oh yeah, but they do that. I mean, you got to look at even the pandemic stuff. That they've been doing that stuff. They do it worse with black people, but they spray all kind of stuff and do all kind of stuff. You know, over all of us. They do it to white people too, but we the worst because they experiment with us. Let me see.
Yeah, well, definitely. But you know, they try to.
You go me like I was a guinea pig. They're waiting on all of us to die.
What if I told you the U.S. government once sprayed a mysterious fog over thousands of its own citizens without ever telling them? This isn't a movie plot. This was North St. Louis in the 1950s, and it happened over a place called Pruitt-Igoe, a predominantly black community. The U.S. Army launched something called Operation Large Area Coverage. They wanted to see how biological weapons might spread across American cities. Their test site, Pruitt-Igoe.
The greatest concentration of this compound was sprayed near the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex just south of downtown St. Louis. It was home to 10,000 low-income people, and an estimated 70% were under the age of 12.
Using motorized blowers on rooftops and even station wagons driving through the streets, the Army released a chemical called zinc cadmium sulfide into the air. Officials told residents it was just a harmless smokescreen test meant to protect the city from a Soviet attack. But people remember something very different.
The spray was so foul as far as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
And it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But we was like, what is a maintenance worker doing? And basically a hazmat suit.
Yeah, that's deep.
It's a bigger story on it.
When you get,
but see what they don't explain.
A lot of people, a lot of people got cancer from that.
Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna mention too. I was gonna say that that you never know what other side effects it could have. Yeah. And then the pregnant women, and sometimes, okay, I'm gonna say this might sound weird. A lot of these people that grow up and kill and do real bad stuff, even some of these serial killers, right? A lot of them have been exposed to not just chemicals, food poisoning. Some of these foods, I ain't gonna lie, I was always a little I mean, I took prenatal vitamins, but them things used to make me sick, right? You know, them big old vitamins they give pregnant women. And a lot of women take them. And I never trust getting them from it's a catch-22. Check this out. Remember Planned Parenthood?
Yeah.
So they did a lot of black abortions, right? Hand me my charge over there. Tina, I'm doing lives on her. It's in the bed, Isaiah.
It's in the bed.
Hold on, y'all. One of this other device that I was on the phone with, it went out. So one of the things I'm going to be discussing is the sweetest gold statement. So we can understand patterns, y'all. Patterns are serious. Patterns are very serious. So we're going to discuss the nice sweetest gold. You know, and sometimes when you recognize patterns and you've already pointed it out, um don't say it a second time. Some people are not getting it, y'all. They really don't realize that it's the Lord and the angels sometimes giving you information to help them out. So I'll talk about it. Hold on. I'm turning this phone back on, y'all. Zaya, Zaya, shut some of your apps down, please.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So yeah, my phone powered off. No, what I was saying, Tina, is them big old prenatal vitamins when they started giving them to you through the Planned Parenthood. Now keep in mind, Planned Parenthood, of course, did the abortions.
Right.
But it's kind of like it's and then a lot of black women, them prenatal pills would make them real sick. It was a common thing. But so you just gotta wonder what they put in stuff. They could put some in stuff that mess people brain up so bad that they become really deranged later. You like being poisoned in your mama's womb, basically.
Yeah, because you know, they just passed that law with that settlement out of North, all them residents who live in North County. They paying them $50,000 a piece or some from some creek that was out in North County. Look at that. It's some creek. They had been saying that the government had covered it up in some St. Louis County lawsuit.
And the stuff they sprayed on the Pruitt what was the name of the housing project?
Where I go.
Prudago, yeah, the stuff they sprayed, those people got cancer. I wonder did they ever get compensated for that?
You know, a lot of them died from cancer, and some, you know,
Because it don't take number one spray of it sometimes for it to mess you up for life. That's what they testing. And what is the stuff they were spraying anyway? What was in the compound of that?
It was zinc, something, I don't know.
Oh yeah, it's on the video too. I'm gonna replay it again.
But it's a whole news. They was interviewed with surviving people, whatever, the people that was in the military and stuff like that. Some. I gotta see that. St. Louis, let's see. The Rika settlement. They're in the Coldwater Creek lawsuit.
Oh, okay.
The Coldwater Creek was a contamination that the military had put up. Was some creek out in North County out there where Diane and them said.
Mm-hmm.
And
we're gonna begin with one of the most
hold on,
wonderful
let me.
persons that's ever
Oh
lived,
yeah, because it ended up in the
great,
water.
the legendary
Watt
Davis.
in the water, and they covered it up. So it was a lot with that, but.
Oh yeah, I remember Buzzy talking about that Cold Creek water damage stuff. He had mentioned that to me once before. Because I think he said it's near where Monica stay. Is that where Monica them? You know, it's like in the area. Because he was trying to describe where it's kind of close by is what he was doing.
Yeah, but it's over 300,000 people in St. Louis County who are eligible for the big payout.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, that is.
Shit.
Because it infected the water supply.
My government used me like I was a guinea pig.
What if I told you the U.S. government once sprayed a mysterious fog over thousands of its own citizens without ever telling them? This isn't a movie plot. This was North St. Louis in the 1950s, and it happened over a place called Pruitt-Igoe, a predominantly black community. The U.S. Army launched something called Operation Large Area Coverage. They wanted to see how biological weapons might spread across American cities. Their test site, Pruitt-Igoe.
The greatest concentration of this compound was sprayed near the Pruitt-Igoe housing complex just south of downtown St. Louis. It was home to 10,000 low-income people, and an estimated 70% were under the age of 12.
Using motor blowers on rooftops and even station wagons driving through the streets, the Army released a chemical called zinc cadmium sulfide into the air. Officials told residents it was just a harmless smokescreen test meant to protect the city from a Soviet attack. But people remember something very different.
The spray was so foul, the spoil as the odor. It made some of us have headaches, nausea, dizziness.
That's what I remember. It made me sick.
And it really, we felt it as it would adhere to our skin. And as far as the guys on top of the buildings, they tried to portray them to us as maintenance workers. But
and you got to connect this, Tina. I just listened to it again, right? Connect that to see, because during that time, it wasn't so many murders over there neither, right? So you can connect all of that to the brain. So what's gonna happen later?
I go, shit, hell yeah.
Yeah, but on that video they cool. It don't take number one. Look at what happened to John from Agent Orange. Like you say, he was crazy, out his mind. And the only reason John was able to function as decent as he was, where he could work. For one, he had to Miss Moses had to be there usually when he worked. Kind of like being supervised, and he was on a lot of medication, you know, psych meds and stuff that kept him calm. Because you know, if John missed one of his pills, it ain't no telling what he would do.
Right.
You know, he would just start he could potentially just start killing just out of the blue, but he was heavily medicated. But yeah, so that stuff, you never know what all that stuff could do. And they did it when they was shooting black people up with um
Business.
um syphilis. Yep. They was injected them with syphilis against their will. Oh, the
I
black.
heard they was injecting. They was using black people, foster kids, in the early '90s in New York for HIV testing.
Oh, injecting them with HIV.
Well, not injecting, but using them as a test dummy with the HIV medication and shit.
Oh, so okay, these foster black children, they didn't even have HIV,
Right,
but they would have them take like they lab rats, doing
right.
them like that. Yeah. Oh, and then the it just so much stuff you discover, right? Now look at all the surgeries that they've used us for. The hysterectomy.
Yeah, in Mississippi.
Yeah, they did that to a black woman against her will.
Yeah, they did that to my auntie Rose against her will.
And they take everything.
Yeah, they took everything.
Yeah.
Rose, Zeke's sister, the one that was there.
Uh-huh.
They did her like that. She was born deaf and stuff. They did her like that.
So how did they get her? She had some pain, went into the hospital. How did they pull it over?
I think she was in the hospital. She was in the hospital for some when she was young or whatever. And yeah, something happened. I forgot how my auntie described it or whatever. But I know before she died, the surgery and shit that she had years ago,
Mm-hmm.
that was basically the cause of her death because she had got infected. She got infected before she died from the surgery that she had years ago when she was younger.
Mm-mm-mm. And just did that against her will because she.
A couple years ago. I think it's been a couple years now.
Wow. Yeah, but they used the black woman to experiment on how to do that surgery.
Mm-hmm. They've been using us for years. And the white people that's out of North County who's fighting for this that RICA thing got passed.
Mm-hmm.
It got passed last year in June, I think. And let me see what it say. The radiation, it's called RICA because the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act was created to pay families who got sick or had family members died from being exposed to radiation from the U.S. nuclear weapon program. Residents, residents poisoned by radioactive waste in St. Louis County became eligible for funds in July. The co-founder Just Mom St. Louis, the group that championed RICA expansion to St. Louis partially blamed the lack of applications on affected people, distrust of the government. RICA requires documentation for anyone who lived, worked, or attended school in 21 zip codes and developed certain disease due to radiation exposure. People who developed those diseases were only in those zip codes for 2 9 consecutive years between 1949 and present day can also apply.
Mm-hmm.
But they got Oberlin, I recognize their zip code. Mm-hmm. 6313. I wonder what Dana zip code is. Dana been living out there a long time.
Yeah.
You see, they got 63121. Shit, Jackie, the 63121. When Bert was in Bellmore, I wonder what zip code that is. That's county.
Y'all, I'm downstairs doing this live. So if you hear any weird noises, I'm boiling my water for my coffee. Yes, I still boil water for my coffee, y'all, because I use the coffee singles. So if you hear like a smoke alarm going off, that's because I'm not in my makeshift studio. So please forgive me, y'all. I'm downstairs.
Is that the platform or Cheryl or whoever?
Mm-hmm.
And Bert had been living out there for years.
Mm-hmm.
That was not me. The zip code on this thing. Mm-hmm.
Thank you for sending me that article, Tina.
Right. But there's another one that actually interviewed with a woman who actually got it started right.
Mm-hmm.
They go in detail. Let me see. I was just looking at it. I was like, wow. These two white women, they actually got it doing the mom thing, whatever. I don't have Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see something. Mm. James was in the war. James was in the military. Shit.
Yeah, but James was doing engineer work. He wasn't fighting. Oh, speaking of James, you
He was doing evening cooler.
yeah, you kind of made me think, right? When you mentioned the Heritage House. Remember when we was talking, you mentioned that?
Mm-hmm.
So, because you know what I try to do, Tina?
What is that?
Not always assassinate people character. Like, because I didn't know about the Heritage House. You reminded me that James used to deliver food down there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that now.
Mm-hmm.
And so I watched this video where this lady, it was a black lady too. She was accused, she was a nurse, and she was accused of having an affair with one of the doctors. So she was set up through these photos. All her children disowned her. Come to find out 20 years later, it came out that she was telling the truth the whole time. They took their daddy's side and believed that their mom was having an affair. So the story I was told, because I'm trying to compare what you know versus what I was told. So I was told he had a girlfriend. He was at the girlfriend house, died in her bed.
Right.
Okay. Is that the story you was told as well?
Yeah, I heard it. Yeah, he died on top of the woman.
On top of the woman?
Mm-hmm. That's what I heard.
Now, who told you that? Nettie?
Nettie told me that later on down the line. And you remember when I was younger, before the funeral, remember I had said, Nettie, you look so pretty. And not knowing that ain't the appropriate thing to say when some shit like that happens.
It is appropriate.
Well,
You can when it's that's the best time to do it because the person is grieving.
right.
It's very appropriate to compliment. That's when they need a compliment.
She said, shut up, goddamn, you talk too much. I don't know.
Wow. Yeah, she wrong for that. She should have said, thank you, baby girl. I need this, baby girl. I appreciate you. That's what I would say to one of my kids if they complimented me during a funeral. That's evil what she said to you. But so she said, so the story I was told is that he was laying in the bed. So we want to be mindful of this, right? So you said the Heritage House. Now, see, the Lord, when you've been lied on, one of the things, or say it's not a lie, but it didn't happen the way we think it happened, right? It could be decades and decades later. It's just like these cold case files. They getting out these killers that wasn't the killer. Right? One case they was getting ready to execute this man, but they couldn't get the injection in him. They couldn't find his vein. He wasn't a killer anyway. So the Lord was protecting him. So I was told he was in the bed with the lady. But what made me think more was when you mentioned the deliveries, right? And you mentioned the side of the restaurant, the passing out, right? Now, and of course, I mean, see, by me being a child, I believed the story that he died in the lady's bed. Now the story changed. See, that's a different story, saying that he died on top of the woman. Right. See, I was told he just was in the lady's bed. But see the change in that? So how did it go from he just in the bed to on top of the one? Because that happened in The Color Purple. When the father, the rapist's father, died on top of Nettie. The Color Purple, one of the sisters was named Nettie. Yeah, Nettie's sister. Or not Celie. I'm sorry. Nettie was the sister that wasn't getting raped. She was the sister that ran off to Africa and took Celie kids. Yeah, so Nettie's sister, I mean, which would have been Celie, Whoopi Goldberg playing that role. And so when you told me the Heritage House thing and reminded me of that, because I remember James used to do deliveries. Now picture this. I just want to give you a scenario of what assassination of character looks like, right? Picture this. James went down there to pick up some money, potentially deliver some food, maybe. I don't know. I didn't see him leave with no food.
No, he didn't.
Right. So
they going to the VA hospital to get his medicine. That's where he told me he was going.
Right. And he didn't tell me where he was going, but I believe you. Right. So
because I started running behind him.
Yeah, and I said, and he said bye to me. I was the last one said something to him. Because I remember that too. When he told you go back. I was outside.
That I couldn't go with him. Because he was going to pick up his medication.
Yeah, and he told me you can't go with me today. He told me that too. But I seen you run back. But I didn't realize what he said to you. Now I know why you ran back. Because he told you to go back. Right. So because he used to do deliveries there, it's very possible James, because James had friends. Right. I don't know if you know, he befriended ladies. He was but these was not always ladies that he was sleeping with neither. James do it at my school, right? Now, he had an affair with Miss Bennett. He did, right? James, my social study teacher. I'm not saying he's not capable of an affair
Right.
because there's history of that. But so what I'm saying is, okay, he at the Heritage House. What if he went in there and like you said, he passed out on the side of the building? What if that's what happened at the Heritage House?
I mean, yeah, right, right,
Right. So say, because a Heritage House, you go inside the building.
right.
Okay. So it's not a front door thing. And he's walking in the hallway because it's possible that he would go back there, even if it's to pick up some money. Say somebody said, well, I'm just using a hypothetical. He gonna pick up some money, or he told one of his friends he's sick, and say he go in there and he gets sick, and a lady say, well, you can lay down here while I get you
Right.
some help.
Right.
Right. So I'm trying to figure out who tells Nettie that that's how he died. I know by law back then they had to tell you that, right? That
I don't know who told Nitty that he died on top of a woman. I don't know how that came about. I don't know if the people at the hospital said they had a whatever. I think I asked her that too. Like, where you get it from or whatever. And she said, I think she said the people told me. And I'm like, what people? She made it seem like it was the people at the hospital, or whatever.
Yeah, and by law they had to. If you was married to somebody and you and your husband or spouse, I think it's very similar to that now. But see, now we got more laws to protect the other person. So if the other person say, I feel like I'm in danger, if you tell them. But back then, if your husband or wife died on top of anybody or in the bed, they snitched it out. By law, they had to tell the wife. It was the law, and they followed it real strict back then. So.
And I remember Tyrone daddy used to say, I want to die just like your granddaddy. I'm like, how the fuck you know how my granddaddy died?
But the thing is, okay.
He used to say, Pussy brought him in and took him out.
Well, let's use logic here. He died on top of a woman. So they wouldn't really know that for sure. Because one of the things she gonna do is push him off of her. You gotta think about this. Like, because she has to call 911, right?
Right. They made it seem like he was stuck in it.
Well, she could have reported that that's what he was doing when he died.
Right.
Right. So if she pushed him off, right, and then when they come to the hospital, so the story is he definitely died in that apartment.
Yeah, he died at the apartment, yeah.
Right, he died there. Okay, so and sometimes see when you got lung, heart problems, that's one of the things some doctors will tell you is don't have sex. Right. That's one of the conditions that some doctors will tell you, because when you having and even just your lungs.
High blood pressure problems.
Yeah, even just your lungs, because his primary issue was his lungs and some heart damage, but it all came from the cigarettes. You see what I'm saying? All the cigarettes is the source of all of his medical problems and stress too. He's very stressed out. So okay, so it seemed like the lady would reported that, and then Nettie told you that happened right away.
No, she told me that mainly when I got older.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but I found out he died in the lady bed right away.
Yeah, I didn't find out right away. Nettie used to say that saying, Pussy brought him in and took him out. And and Seagull, Tyrone daddy used to say, we want to die just like him. I'm like, how do you know about that? But see, Seagull and Pee Wee, James' cousin Pee Wee, was close. Remember Pee Wee?
Yeah.
That was James' first cousin.
But see, okay, I remember Pee Wee. I love Pee Wee too. He had the thing in his throat. Yeah,
That's Rochelle's daughter. I mean, Rochelle's father. Same sister, Rochelle.
Yeah.
That's his only child.
I love Nettie, Tina.
Mm-hmm.
But Nettie's a character. I was watching that video. She's a character. See, the problem with Nettie is the issue with her personality is her not understanding why people escape her, right? So do you view Nettie as a good wife?
You know what? I view them more like best friends than husband and wife.
Yeah, see, the thing is with a wife, see, what I do with Nettie that kind of helped me escape her as well is I separate her roles, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you got restaurant owner, because we all got different personalities, but not
Mhm.
disorder. So, like right now, you being a sister,
Mm-hmm.
you're gonna go back to work Monday and be a worker and a manager at your new position, right? So, so the thing is, there you got different roles. You got the restaurant owner Nettie, you got the wife Nettie, you got the grandmother Nettie, right? And all of these roles are separate. This is why we have multiple personalities, but it don't have to be a disorder. Now, they won't call it a disorder because we ain't naming the people. But from my perspective, um, she's not a good wife because it's too much neglect going on. See, James ain't cut out for that kind of marriage. James should have got with her. He got with her because of her money. That much I know. That's what lured James in was that money, right? But never marry for that because that's a big old trap, right?
Right.
And at the time they met, from what I heard, they would hang out, go out. But
because I got pictures of them, her and James at a club.
yeah, but see, they stopped doing that. It's the same pattern, like Nettie's pattern, what she started out doing. That's called love bombing. When you go out with a person, you into them, you winning them over, right? But it's not really her true nature, because she's not like Nettie's not a Rochelle. She's not really wife material. She's business material.
Right.
Her personality is a business owner, right? That's what she's best at. Not being a wife, not being a grandmother. She's a good provider, not a caregiver type grandmother.
Right.
I tell people that I had a provider. I appreciate that. Providing keeps kids out of a lot of things. They got a place to go. They not on the street. I ain't got to go rob and steal for nothing. You know what I mean? But so that's the thing. So James, that woman he was with, that probably was somebody he should have maybe married, right? Because that lady's retired or whatever. So they weren't compatible. That's that much I know. James and Nettie, they not compatible at all, because James is two different. He's a different, like me and James, we wanted to stay on Redbud. We more house people. We don't like that working 24-hour stuff. He did it because that's what he's kind of forced to do. Because he got ensnared. He didn't even know how to get out of that situation, right? And I believe that he wanted out. According to the tape, he said he's don't want to live no more. So he's not in the right marriage. So he and then be single. I mean, if you're gonna cheat around like that, be single. Why do that to a wife? You know what I'm saying? So, and I don't know, maybe he was planning on getting out the situation, to go into the lady house. We don't know how far that was gonna go. But I just was thinking, what if he just, but I didn't know he died on top of the lady thing. And that's something she would have reported to the EMT. She would have told the emergency department, what was happening. So that's probably how Nettie found out. I was told he died in the bed, not that he was on top of the woman. I'm very cautious to just listen to stories when the person is can't defend themselves.
Mhm.
Because he did. So he can't come back and say, this is what really happened, right? Because you
Right.
just going off of one person's story. And it's just like when Nettie, when she told Jermaine, when she gave Jermaine the reason I left.
Mhm.
He told me this decades and decades later. I'm just not finding this out within the last 10 years, right?
Mhm.
Because he was, he didn't want to cause like granddaughter, grandma issues. Back then they just kept it to themselves, right?
Mhm.
But when I explained to him, it's just common sense why I left. I'm not leaving because I'm selfish. That was the story Nettie told Jermaine, right? Well,
Mhm.
Irene's selfish, and that's why she gone. She's selfish, and I'm not selfish. I left because I'm thinking about Snooky. See, if it
Mhm.
wasn't for Snooky, I might have would have stayed around. But I'm thinking about my baby. That's the primary reason I got out of there. Is because this child is living with no lights and no refrigerator. I can't
Mhm.
cool her bottles, and the primary reason I got out of there because Nettie wouldn't. I kept coming downstairs. Bert offered Whittier, but she didn't move there soon enough. Nettie waited on that, right?
Mhm.
But Bert had took me to the apartment and she offered two apartments. Showed me my apartment. She was gonna give me and Snooky an apartment for free.
Mhm.
And then she pointed to the hall across the hall and she said, and your grandmother would be over there.
Mhm.
So just finding out decades and decades later how she assassinated my character. Because it's all about the way you tell a story, right?
Mhm.
She didn't tell Jermaine, well, Irene got the baby now. She probably felt like she had to go, because the restaurant closed. It's not a living condition for a child. So
Mhm.
she doesn't tell Jermaine. He knew I wasn't selfish. I was one of the
Mhm.
most giving people to him and his family. He knew that, but it's just that decades and decades later, he told me what was said, and me and him talked about it.
Mhm.
And I told him, no, it wasn't. I said, from my perspective, she being selfish, because I'm doing more. I'm checking on her like I'm the grandmother, right? So I'm coming down, checking on her. She not checking on me. That's selfish, because she not checking on me, right? She
Mhm.
not checking on Snooky as well. So, and I guess she was going through something, but the way Nettie assassinated my character, I just am very leery when I know somebody's that way to
Mhm.
really just accept everything they say at face value. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
Because she lied. She didn't tell the truth. She know why I'm getting out of there. And if she don't know why, something wrong with her in the head. It's obviously why I'm getting out of here. I have a child. Cause see, Snooky ain't over there living with Minnie, right? So she never looked at the fact that her child was being taken care of by someone else,
Right.
right? So, but my child is not at someone else's house, and I don't have the financial stability that she had to pay somebody to keep my child while I go through this. Like when she was able to pay many of them good money too, because she
Mhm.
always had the restaurant. Because she had the restaurant when our mother was little.
Right.
So, there's a disconnect too for her to understand probably why I'm leaving. It's common sense why that I'm not selfish. I'm taking care of my baby. The same reason I stayed upstairs, I didn't want Snooky around Mitch. I don't trust that man,
Mhm.
so but that's what she did. So I just be careful with, and I that's just something I know she said. She's assassinated my character much more than that too. Um, I'm just able to find out what she told him. You know what I'm saying? Talking about, you know, Irene, selfish. I'm like, nah, that wasn't what it is. I was getting my child out of there. Because eventually somebody gonna come take the child, right? Because it's you had child services then. You can't leave no child, like, you know, it was people coming by that was onto it, you know, like when the Italians came by looking for Glenn. But they can't assume that we live there though. See, they don't really know that me and Snooky live there. You know what I'm saying? It could be we just visiting because they just see us down in the lobby. Snooky still look well, but you know, it just, you know, if it would have been more adult leadership, say Nettie would have went on over there on Whittier, right? And she said, "This is where I'm going." Maybe I would have changed my mind and took the apartment. But the problem with Nettie, her selfishness wouldn't allow her to leave there. That was the problem. Not soon enough. So that's a selfish move to have us all in that condition. It's like you keeping us in hell longer. And I can't escape it till she escape it. Because I'm living under her roof, right? She not under mine. So I'm not the leader. So it's the so I just had to think more about the child because the child is not being thought about. When she sit in there longer, she not thinking you got two kids here. You got a older teenager and you have a toddler, right? So you got two children here, and there needs to be some transition or attempting to make a transition. She wasn't attempting to go anywhere. All she was attempting to do was keep the restaurant open. And that shows on the video that she's constantly making an attempt to keep the restaurant open. Right. And I guess so it could go back to how it was. You know, in her mind, she's believing she could get it open. And I get that. You know, she's trying to get it open. I get that. But at the same time, there needs to be a temper. She, like you say, she wanted to guard the place too. You had mentioned that before. But there needs to be a temporary placement for the children. Now, if her and Mitch want to do that, and that's one of the things about that situation that when I could look back on that, Snooki and I were not treated like children. We were not being treated like children. And that's what you got. You got two children upstairs and two children in this unfit situation. And it's not okay that a 17-year-old be in it and the parents not actively trying to pull you out. I've been displaced before. It can happen with kids. But my kids was a ride or die because they see mama actively doing something about this every day. I got them a place to go and I stayed in my vehicle. I'm not going to continue to let my kids live in no SUV. So they went to the youth shelter. You know what I'm saying? And I was going to this multi-service center place. Actually, I went in there and it pretty much kind of got hostile because I would go in there every day. Now, every week, I would go every week, make an appointment. And I had this case manager and she kept, you know, they would update your case. And I was like, yeah, we all still in the vehicle. Finally, it got kind of hostile because I said, look here, we gonna stop acting like this vehicle is a house for these kids. This ain't they home, right? So I've been coming in here 4 months and you just keep checking off on the form that the kids is still in the vehicle. This is not okay. And, you know, at that point, they got serious. Now, the availability, the problem is they didn't have nowhere. They knew I wanted to keep my kids, but they didn't have no shelters for the adult and the children. So finally, they was like, okay, are you willing to separate from your kids? You know, and they explained that it's not a foster home. because I wasn't doing no foster home. But push come to shove, I would have did whatever to get them out the vehicle. You know what I'm saying? But with the youth shelter, the good thing is it's not a foster home. So I they went in there and I stayed in my vehicle an additional 4 months. See, because I was in my vehicle 8 months. They was in there 4. But they wouldn't hang. I didn't let them hang out in there a lot. You know what I mean? I had them at the community center. Sometimes we stayed at a motel. Like, if we have to sleep in here to take a nap, I just had them taking them everywhere when I got off work, so they wasn't in there too long. But so I kind of, when I went through that, I thought a lot about Nitty too. But I always knew that she's supposed to be like we supposed to be leaving there, right? Or if she want to stay, me and Snooky supposed to be leaving there. Because that's why I stayed down there with her, to hang out with her. Because I really, in my soul, I wanted to go where she went. I didn't want to leave her. I didn't have to be upstairs and down there. Rochelle had told me, Irene, you could stay here every day. I was going back and forth to Rochelle's, but I could have just said, Rochelle, I just want to stay here permanently. And ultimately, that's what I kind of ended up doing at the very end. Because, me and Nitty started kind of having conflict. You know what I'm saying? And I'm answering her questions all wrong. I didn't. I know now. I know more now how to. Um. She was. She's not allowing me to talk, to elaborate more on what I'm trying to say, and she's asking me questions real mean, and I'm kind of like scared and nervous. So I'm answering her questions, not really explaining enough, and she snaps out. Bert got involved and resolved that. So yeah, so the last what was it, right before I left? Yeah, I ended up, when that happened, I went to Shell's and I just stayed at Shell's. Because I had told Shell what had happened and stuff. And you know how Shell's protective of kids. So she was like, you can stay here. So basically I was there. So at the end of it, I was with Shell and Paul. Because I was kind of scared to be down there for real. After the bird incident, I stayed a couple of more nights. I went to Shell and Paul and stayed. And Paul would bring me to the restaurant to visit Nettie. And so, I told Nettie I was coming here to visit or whatever. And then Paul took me down there and watched me get my stuff. He basically escorted me out of there. He was like, I'll go down there with you. And then I took all my stuff to Shell house. And then they took me to the airport. That's how it went down. And I had
I was gonna say something about Rochelle.
yeah, so I had to tell Nettie I was visiting to get out of there safely. Because like Bert said, she might not have this restaurant open, but she still got that gun. And your mouth is getting ready to get us all shot. So you need to shut up. So I did. I said, okay, I believe you, Bert. What was you gonna say?
I was gonna say something about Rochelle. I had explained to Nickel that me and Nickel be talking a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we used to talk a lot when I was unemployed, but now we might talk once a week, if that. She got this little man or whatever. I hooked her up with it. But anyway, she was just going with this older guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Before I hooked up with the dude she with now, she was dating this guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she used to tell, this motherfucker, I couldn't stand him. I had never seen him before. I couldn't stand him, right? For one, he was a con artist, you heard me?
Mm-hmm.
Very manipulative. saying stuff to he's supposed to be a pastor, right?
Mm-hmm.
But
now who is he with?
Michelle Nickel.
Oh, okay. Oh, so she
Yeah.
like attracted a Paul.
Girl, no, he wasn't. This motherfucker wasn't a Paul. This motherfucker was way. He was.
What a pastor type guy. Because they say we attract what our father was.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah,
And you know Paul was into religion.
Yeah, but girl, he was. Girl, everything she told me about him, he was just everything was just sideways, right?
Yeah, because he's a cricket pastor too.
Yeah, but he wasn't no longer pastoring. You know, he was still. You know, he used to, or whatever the case may have been.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, girl, so it got to the point. You know, he wanted her to dress a certain type of way and all this shit, right?
Mm-hmm. That's repeating history.
Yeah.
Remember, Shell used to wear the dresses, but I think she wanted to wear them. But you know, back then, Pentecostal women, they wore all dresses. Yeah.
Right, they wore all dresses, right.
So was this dude like a Hebrew Israelite or something?
Hebrew Israelite?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No, that motherfucker wasn't no Hebrew Israelite. That motherfucker was. But anyway, I really disliked him because I'm like, okay, he into, you know, he want to have Bible study with you, all this stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, so one day, we on the phone. No, she calls me and she asks me, what was that question she asked me?
I want to add something. I want to say this, but I know you get tired of me interrupting, but if I don't say it, I forget it.
All right,
right.
ahead.
So that's why I say it when I'm thinking about it. They pick bad mates, Buzzy too. So they, I mean, Mark got lucky, you know what I'm saying? But they like me. I'm the same way, right? I'm not judging it because I don't pick them well. So we're alike. Like it's almost like some of the people. Sometimes I believe that me and even Buzzy goes through it. He meets some toxic people too, right? And it's like, are we meeting these people to just write a book about these motherfuckers? Because we meet weird people, right? Like Buzzy was just doing online dating. And he met this chick with a bunch of kids that just need a ride to the shelter, right? And she moving out of her baby daddy house because he want her to be in a polygamous relationship, right, with the baby daddy. So Buzzy just met her online, right? So I would say, you know, we meet weird people. So I'm not judging them. I'm just saying, I'm just adding that. And that's what I want to say, that you know that it's a pattern. And I'm mentioning Buzzy too, because both of them are Shell kids. You see what I'm saying? So it's a pattern there. So go ahead. And I said it now before I forget. Because I'm not going to remember. I'm not taking notes where I'm going to remember to say that.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted you to know that what you're saying, Buzzy's going through the same thing his sister's going through.
Yeah, she was going through it. She good now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got out of it. Yeah. Well, I don't know that part. So he wanted to have prayer time.
Yeah, he wanted to have prayer time, but then it was manipulative. You know what I'm saying? Like everything, it was so manipulative to the point that she was going against Shell. She called me, asked me the question, right? I said the same thing. It was a Bible question, right? I forgot exactly what it was. But anyway, she said that's the same thing my mama said. I said, well, if your mama said it, shit, she been in the church, you know, she know the Bible more than I do for real, right? So I forgot what it was something about sin, other thing. But anyway, and then so I said, she'll write or whatever. And it's that it got it. So she told the dude what I had said. So he pointed out a bunch of scriptures. it was something about when we die, do God want us to be perfect or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Or some stuff like that, whatever. Something with perfect. And yeah, and I was like, what I say, no one's perfect but the man above, and this is that. And whatever. But it was similar to what Rochelle said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so he comes with these 1,001 scriptures or whatever. And so she's tagging me and she inboxing me all these scriptures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he basically telling us we don't know what we talking about and all this. Girl, he was something else. It was a mess for him, girl. I was like, girl, you need to get rid of that motherfucker. Get rid of him now.
Well, I wish y'all would have called me, Tina, because I could have helped with a lot of that, right?
I told Shell too. I say, boy, see this one we need our ring.
Yeah, I wish y'all would have called me because I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm gonna tell you the truth. And gay people figured it out long time ago, Tina. Right? See, homosexual men and gay and lesbian people, they have been figured this shit out, right? That's why they hate it so much. So
much.
For knowing the truth. For one, gay people have been knowing that being gay alone don't send them to hell. You know that that's not true, right?
Right.
Think about it logically, right?
Right.
Think you have to, and if it is true, don't believe everybody going. Right? So that's why, see, the Catholic Church, the Pope, he's marrying gay people now. You know that, right?
I guess not.
Yeah, the Pope, he's marrying them now. He does he's like hated. He's gotten bomb threats.
Yeah, because he's been talking with pedophile shit.
Well, this Pope ain't a pedophile. Because they switched the popes, right? See, the thing is, when you really study religion and you get deep into it, something wakens you up, right? So, okay, first of all, most of the Bible is made up. We want to start there. Okay. Not all of it's true. Number two, the Bible was implemented, it's anti-woman. See, a woman shouldn't get too deep into the Bible unless she gonna like the book of Proverbs is cool, right? Like if you want to get into the Bible to help you honor God more, it's a slavery book. That's how the slave masters kept us in slavery in bondage longer.
Right.
Until Nat Turner said, fuck Massa, the Bible, and his motherfucking kids. And shot all their ass up, right? And then slavery began to come to an end. But as long as we was singing, we shall overcome one day. That's the Bible, right? It's the philosophy of the Bible. Love your enemy. So the Bible, I believe more in prayer. But you gotta watch these prayer apps. So the Bible is either gonna teach you to be an abuser, teach you not to be an abuser, or to be a victim. Like that dude Nickel met, he's an abuser. Right. So his Bible, that's in most males, especially if they was the worst thing a black man.
He was a Leo too.
Oh yeah, don't show them a Bible. That's real bad. They not really spiritual people like that anyway. Not the men. The women are a little bit more spiritual, but not the men. So the first of all, you got to really study on what the Bible. You ever heard of what you call a fable? So those are fables or
FABLE.
yeah. So they have certain fables in book writing, right? So one fable is the Savior Child fable, right? And that's like Moses and Jesus. I'm not saying Jesus not real,
Right.
but I will say that we've been waiting on him to come back for quite a while now, right? Okay, so you have to start adding logic with what you read. He could come back. Hey, I'm waiting, right? But the first thing, so for me, if y'all would have called me, the first thing a woman got to understand, for one, we not women, we girls, right? That's all that game too, calling us what a man is, you know what I'm saying? Originally they said we girls and boys, then and look, if the story true, is only one woman, and that's Eve. She a woman because she came from Adam's rib. So she the only woman. We not women. We came from sperm, right? So the first thing with Nickel trying to get her a man or whatever, the first thing she got to know is if he's a Bible thumper, he's an abuser, most likely, right? And he's anti-woman. See, the Bible itself is against women. It's telling women to submit. See, the Bible is not the Bible doesn't make us equal. And we are equal. So it's incorrect.
Right.
And then they also, I have to tell people this. I met people that wanted to date me. I have to tell people this all the time. They say, well, you're not submissive enough. I'm not a married woman. See, that Bible's talking about a married woman submitting. Not me. That shit don't apply to me. And it's telling you, it's recommending that you don't marry. But everybody overlooked that scripture. When it say, I recommend you not marry. Because those that marry, 2 Corinthians, yeah. Those that marry will suffer all their days. It's telling you the most blessed life is Jesus was not married. So, and he was only miserable because they was attacking him like that.
Right.
Yeah, but so Nickel needs to know that that's an abuser. Any man, I don't mess with them. They'll kill you too. Anybody that's like a he's promoting the Bible to her so he can control her.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah.
But you know, she talked.
And Paul did that. He did that. That's how he got his control. The only difference is between these new dudes is Paul probably was genuine about his belief. I believe Paul believed the Bible, right?
Yeah, Paul believed.
Yeah, but see these new time dudes. I mean, I guess Paul got blessed too. Huh?
He was older. He was manipulative. Everything else, girl.
Yeah, but it might have been where Paul got blessed too with Shell. You know, I think that was a blessing for both of them. It was, they was blessed, but see, we dealing with these new age people. See, all the genuine believers that really think that God is real or believe that, they dead. So the new men, nah. And see, by the Bible saying we not equal, the Quran's even worse. It say women got half the mind of a man. The Quran say we just straight all the way retarded. And none of that's true. But see, that type of stuff, I didn't know that when I took on these religions. That's why I don't take on the only religion that made sense, Tina, I'm gonna be honest, where it actually makes sense, complete sense, is Zen Buddhism. I didn't become a Buddhist because I believe in God, right? But it's the only thing, if you go to like Zen Buddhism classes, it make more sense. The Bible, Qurans, it don't make enough sense to me. Some ain't adding up, right?
Mhm.
Did you know they used to beat what they, you know, where the word why they said homosexual, right?
Mhm.
That was considered a mental health term, because homosexuality used to be considered a mental health condition,
Right,
but
yeah, it did.
it was removed. And we have to remember why it was removed as a mental health condition. You know why, don't you?
Mhm.
Because the therapist realized real quick who was really crazy was they straight parents. Because they used to take the white children to therapists and they
Mhm.
would be diagnosed with homosexuality. But then as the therapist got to know how Looney Tune straight people are,
Mhm.
you know, one homosexual boy was hung from a laundry line
Mhm.
when he was, I think, 11.
Mhm.
It's a lot of graphic things that happened to kids that came out, right?
Mhm.
And so they removed homosexuality from the DSM as a mental health condition because the therapist over time was able to see that just because of that don't make a person crazy. And they got to see the graphic, and they kids was coming up missing. Did you know about those cases?
Mhm.
The child's in therapy diagnosed with homosexuality and he never comes back. Where he go? All kind of stuff has happened. That's why they removed it as a mental health condition. And also it's biased too, because why can't being straight be a mental health condition? They are mental health conditions. If you really, everybody need to be in there because they all acting up. So yeah, that Bible stuff,
Mhm.
it's one of the things that have destroyed the black race too. Because it's not really, see, if you look at where we originate from, we wasn't Bible people. Shit, if you want to go back to Africa, what they do, voodoo? They was doing voodoo, Tina. You see what I'm saying? So if you really look at what your a lot of meditated, kind of acted like Buddhists and stuff. So yeah, so the man, he just bringing up the Bible to Nickel to control her,
Mhm.
and to convince himself that he's above her, and that what she's saying ain't true because she's the submissive one, and you know, and then all of that's a game. So Shell's, what was Shell's opinion? She said, what was her perspective of the Bible study?
Well, she didn't know about the Bible study, but Nickel just happened to ask her a question, and uh, about God want us to be perfect. And then I think Shell had said something about nobody's perfect.
Oh yeah, you know Shell gonna say that.
Yeah.
Ain't no, that's true. Nobody's perfect.
And that's what I said.
Yeah.
My Lord Shell had said it.
Yeah, I'm waiting to meet this perfect. And the Bible says Jesus wasn't perfect. Jesus ain't even listed as what they saying he perfect, but then they showing times where he got mad and threw over a table, right?
Right.
So I mean these Alonians, what did I say, 2:11?
Yeah, you said something about it. I think it's 2:11.
Yeah, 2:11. So yeah, let me see. The gender based stuff, because that's when it all goes wrong and it's no longer worship. And then also you begin in worship of a man. um
Shit, Me and Nickel got fired the same day.
And I know she blessed with a new job.
She ain't working. She doing dashing and stuff. I mean, she doing that. And, Nickel got her own business. And she cleaned commercial buildings for certain amount of her mama. She had that before she got fired.
Yeah.
Yeah, her mama worked for her.
Um, or was it 111? Because 111 talks about Paul and his co-workers kept praying for the Thessalonians. They were asking God to enable the Thessalonians to live up to their calling.
Mm-hmm.
They and all believers have been called to be holy. But then 211, it says, therefore God sends them a strong delusion so that they believe what is false. The verse describes a judicial act where God allows people who have persistently rejected the truth and chosen unrighteousness to be trapped by their own deception. It's a book, the Bible. You got to be careful with the Bible, right?
Mm-hmm.
I've read enough scriptures to where I said this, Tina. So this is Second Thessalonians 2:11. I read enough scripture to where I said I am convinced that some people that shot themselves in the head read scripture a lot, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you read a lot of scriptures, it's a constant. So, okay, put it this way. If you have a depression problem, right? And you constantly reading scriptures that's telling you you no good, you just a sinner, your value of life is worthless in comparison to God. See, these is not stuff. So say somebody's suicidal and they say, you know what? My mom and dad taught me to read my Bible. I'm gonna go to scripture to get healed. And they trying to go outside of Proverbs. Now, the book of Proverbs can motivate you to live, but a lot of stuff is not telling you to do that. So I always say, people before they put a bullet in their head, and some of them are found with their Bibles nearby, right? But it's a lot of stuff in there that really can lower your self-esteem if you believe it to be too true, right? So it's always denouncing you as a human, like you can't think good. And one and it comes up the prayer app. I know when they edit it, right? So the prayer app, one of them came up and said, it tells you don't even trust your own thinking, right?
Right.
But you could trust your own thinking. I mean, you sober. What's wrong with your thinking? See, stuff like that. So it's definitely, it's a book to keep people under control, to gaslight them. You just got to know where to go, right? You got to know that, okay, this don't make sense. And then you got to, I understand everything in there, not from no God, right? Same way with the Quran. Well, let me see. It's one part of the Quran where it says, it says all kind of stuff about killing in the Quran, that I was unaware of. And then when all them killings go on in the Middle East, they say they not following Islam. Yes, they are. It tells them to go kill these people. You know, then it says like the stoning. Somebody cheat, you can stone them to death.
Right.
I said, God ain't told nobody that. I mean, you just got to know that that's not really God saying that. I don't know what kind of God they serving. right? I don't. That's not the God I'm thinking about. He ain't. Sound like more like. And then if you watch these this one white guy, he exposes the whole Bible, right? Yeah, I listen to a lot of his videos, and he brings out, he teaches you about the secret books that was hidden from us, that really expose what God really is, the God of light, the truth. Like the real God actually don't kill and harm anybody. So, but he's this real nice white guy. He got long blonde hair. He wears his hair kind of straight. And he helped me with some of my questions that I had, because he tells you about the secret books that are hidden from us.
Yes, from Ethiopia.
All kind of secret books. He gives the name of them.
Yeah, it's like 88 books that wasn't in the that's missing out the original Bible that came from Ethiopia.
Yeah, and he gives other books, all kind of secret information.
Like the Book of Enoch and stuff like that.
Yeah, the Book of Enoch. He talks about that too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but he actually guides you more to what a real God would probably be more like. And he leads you to, it's not nothing evil like you being taught in the Bible. And they also say that it was also twisted around to where this God that's doing all this killing and whatever, that's really Satan. It's like kind of like the Bible in reverse, right? You got so much different stuff in. But what I do now is I just read the stuff. I do believe in a heavenly God, and I believe he's in the sun, right? I believe that's where God lives. That's why we can't go there. And that's why we're blocked out the sun. No man can go to the sun. So I think that's where God might live. But what I do is, if it don't make sense to me, Tina, I just say it ain't true. So these Negroes now, they really, especially a lot of Hebrew Israelites and stuff, they really taking this Bible to heart. And what I do, because one dude, I was talking to one dude. Oh, demonic men love the book of Matthew, right? They love the book of Matthew. If you know he's a abuser and a man controller, that's the first thing he do, go to Matthew. So I asked one man, I said, did you know Matthew? You don't know him, right? So he said, he asked me, was I in the witchcraft, right? And I'm like, I don't need to be in the witchcraft. You the one in the witchcraft, because you acting like Matthew and sucked your dick or something. Right? Like, this dude was so far gone, and they stay in the book of Matthew, but they never met Matthew. And see, they don't ever think that. Matthew said, okay, this is a person you never met. Matthew said, go set the world on fire, which it don't say that. But but you know, it's like, you know, and then even with the Apostle Paul, a lot of those apostles and disciples, they was given a perspective. If you really read the Bible, it says Paul feels that this is the best way, right? They not always saying You're going to go to hell if you don't do it, and God said it. They saying they anointed by God, and this disciple said that this may be best for you. That's all. But you could be anointed by God too, and God tell you this is best. So yeah, that's what one brother did. He was just, they always do the book of Matthew thing. And I'm tired of them, all these demonic men. And so I'm to the point I ask them, did they meet Matthew? And of course they think I'm an unbeliever when I say that, but I'm trying to get them to think. What are your thoughts? Because you're not Matthew. Do you have a brain? Did the book of Matthew stop you from thinking for yourself? Because you are Dante. You're not Matthew, you Dante. So what does Dante feel? So that's what I don't like about the Bible, especially with black men. Because see, black men, the Bible gives them an identity that was taken away from them. That's why they cling to it, right? Their identity was taken, and they trying to find out who they are through the Bible. But that's not really necessarily where they should go to find that out. You know, they need to study more stuff than just the Bible to help them figure out who they really are. But if I ever get another man, he's not gonna be all into that. No, I don't want no extremists. You know what I'm saying? And I don't need him to tell me. See, what men do, they like the Bible because they feel like they are God. The Bible makes a man feel like he's more than what he is. Because it's saying submit to your husband. No, you're supposed to submit to God. Why would you submit to your husband? That's why so many women got beat up. Submitting to husbands. You're not supposed to submit to, then honor thy mother. That don't apply to all mothers. Why don't we honor God? So the Bible takes you away from worshiping your true God, because it's constantly telling you to worship humans. And God ain't a human. So that's one thing I figured out. So, you know, I'm not really I read a lot of other stuff, and I just, you know, came to my own. I studied more so I could learn. Like when I first clicked on the white man, the first video I watched, it said God is really the devil in the Bible, right? I thought it was kind of off, but I clicked on it and I learned something, right? So what he's kind of showing you is that a lot of times when they mentioning God, they really saying the devil. So he's exposing that a lot of the Bible is actually a witchcraft book. So we should be careful, right? I don't go to no church that preach too much of it. So see, I won't, if I go into a church and the preacher's saying, wives, submit to your husbands today, because the Lord has a blessing. And you got to submit to your husband because he got the money and I need his money. Please send the bowl around. I don't go to those type of churches. So I go to a church that don't, I go to white churches. Okay, my pastor has to be white. That way he know not to read that stuff to me, right? So he just read, honor the Lord, Jesus coming back. I keep it real simple. And I go to non-denominational churches. The only exception would be like Miss Jackie's church. But I know Miss Jackie and how she thinks and how her and Pastor Bowles are. They're Pentecostal, but that's the exception I would make. But even she's not preaching that abuse stuff in the Bible. So I try to go to those kind of places, not where they teaching too much of that. I don't want to hear that. I don't want to hear I'm less than a man. Okay, because that's not my opinion. I think we just all equal. And we have different roles. I mean, most men can lift heavier stuff than we can. You know, but We just different but equal. I don't believe, especially me, I'm not married. That Bible's talking about married women. I don't have to submit to any man, you know, because I've met men that say, you know, well, would you be submissive, and why you not submissive to men? I'm not married. That's not that Bible not talking about me. It's talking about somebody else. That's a book for married women too. It don't apply. A lot of that don't apply to us, Tina.
Right.
And I believe that scripture wholeheartedly. That if you marry, you will suffer. It says, if you can remain single, stay single. Because those that marry will suffer many of their days. It's true, Tina. I married, I suffered. Seemed true to me. Right? So I just been watching video after video. You talking about elders like 89, 90 some years old, getting out of these 40, 50-year marriages. And some of these marriages will bring you to tears when they tell you what these men did to them. And, you know, one white woman, it was brutal. She had, when she got in her 50s, she had problems with her insides. And her white husband made her have sex every night. She was in complete torture and pain. She went to a doctor, and the doctor said restrain from sex. Her husband took the paper, balled it up, and threw it down up under their kitchen table. And see, when she explained the medical illness, it's like if you had a sore, you skinned your knee, and somebody kept rubbing on the flesh, right? I mean, he wouldn't even let her heal on her insides, and she was dependent on him for income. She didn't have nowhere to go, but she was. It was like she was being tortured every night, all in the name of marriage. Watch a lot of these like elder stories, and I'm like, wow. And as I'm listening to the story, I'm thinking she should have called the police on him. That's an assault. Every time he make her have sex and go inside of her, and she's got a medical condition that that's an assault. He's assaulting and raping her. But of course, you know, it got to be something illegal about what he was doing, especially since he's causing injury to her. Because he's causing injury to her insides. So I watched all kind of stuff. It's not a good deal. Most people won't have no good luck, usually. But, you know, you got a few good marriages, right? But I learned the words sovereignty and autonomy. Those words mean full control of your own life. And so it'll be very hard to have that in a legal marriage. Because for one, it's legal. So somebody else controlling it anyway, because the white man is in control of y'all too. The white man say when you get divorced, your divorce can't be final to 90 days. You can't even get out of a marriage. And they getting ready to make new laws where the man and woman are not allowed to get out of the marriage. Yeah, so it's getting ready to be, people got to think before they get married, because Trump going to be telling them they can't get out of it. The man and woman is going to be trapped because they're going to make stricter laws. And we already got some of that on the books. That's why you can't even get divorced until 90 days. When you file a divorce, they say, nah, you can't legally get out of being with him or her to 90 days. And really, that 90 days takes longer. It took me 2 years to get divorced. 2 years. Just because I did one stupid thing. Now I'm legally in this situation 2 more years. Isn't it? Financially, people are waking up to how it's running their finances too. They lose their houses. child support, and this happening to the men and women. So people are really wising up before they get into these marital situations. So how did it end up going with with Nickel?
She finally, she finally just like, I can't do total. She can't do this no more.
And you know what? In those kind of relationships, Tina,
Mm-hmm.
that's all it's about is the Bible. Do they know how to do anything else? Like, does he know about the Cheesecake Factory and what else does he know?
Yeah, that motherfucker didn't know shit. Danny had been out in public maybe a handful of times.
Where she meet him at?
At Simmons football game.
At the where? Where she meet him at, Tina? Who?
At a Simmons football game.
Oh, at the Suns football game. What was he, like a coach or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well she just protected herself from a whole nightmare.
Yeah, I encouraged her. I'm like, girl, leave that motherfucker alone. Leave that motherfucker alone. I was listening to how he was talking. Yeah, he just, I couldn't take it no more. I got off the phone with him.
Oh, you could actually hear him talking too?
Yeah, the one that was on the phone, and he had popped up over our house.
Uh-huh.
And he was talking to her all crazy and shit.
Oh, and supposed to be a spiritual man.
Yeah.
But that's what the Bible, see, it's anti-woman. And that's how it's telling them to treat a woman passive aggressively. See, the Bible, it's not really teaching them to treat a woman kind and like a equal. It's teaching them it's teaching them that a woman is like a pet or a child. So if you want to say, well, he not acting like a spiritual person because he's being an abuser. So he's saying one thing, but see, that's why I say you either gonna be an abuser, not be an abuser, or be a victim. And so he was like cussing and stuff, Tina.
Nah, he wasn't cussing or nothing. He was just, he ain't want her to talk. She couldn't voice her opinion. He didn't want her to talk. He didn't want her to say she don't listen. He didn't want he didn't want her to communicate with nobody on the team. Everybody was a problem. You know, I said, girl, that's because he fucking somebody else on that team.
Yeah. And shit, he could be married. Is his ass married?
Yeah, he been married. Yeah. Yeah, he was a mess. That motherfucker was a mess, I'm telling you. You know, remember, you know, she know a lot of people. So, remember, you know, she was in that music industry shit. So she know a lot of motherfuckers. She like Bishama.
Yeah, so she probably knows some of the background.
Yeah, she knew something about the girl I had told Nickel that he probably was fucking with, there was a mom on the team, and she started. The girl was, it was a mess for a minute. It was a mess. It was a mess, honey.
Yeah, he's and they'll kill you now. He'll kill you with that Bible in his hand.
Right.
You know, we just had a Milwaukee 38-year-old black son kill his mama. You heard about that?
I know about the dude. No, it's a dude that killed his grandmama. Her.
How old is he?
He was he wasn't older than 35. And then the boy that killed the 15-year-old killed his dad a couple months ago.
And all of them are black.
Yeah. But the one dude that killed his grandmama, he was mixed. But his grandmother was black or whatever. She was older. She was like 80-something years old.
Mm-hmm.
He had mental issues. The little boy that killed his dad about a month or something ago, he killed his dad while he didn't sleep. Dad was 30-something years old. He was like 15. The woman just Miss Daddy, Nancy's friend Betty. Her cousin just got killed. He was an older man. He was a retired chief of the fire department. And the woman, this happened 3 weeks ago. His ex-girlfriend killed her and the daughter, the 15-year-old daughter. And they said that he had just called her family members to come over there before that same day, like 30 minutes prior. They just had this film the other day. I think yesterday, Friday. They had this film on Friday. He and his daughter filmed it together. And the two brothers, they killed the one brother killed the other brother in Columbia, Illinois. The one over jealousy because the mama said she knew her son was something. She said she ain't really write him, support him. He basically did her. Yeah.
Well, I would at least write them. See, when you help your child while they're in jail, it has nothing to do with their crime. You're not supporting the crime. You just acknowledging that they are human and it's still your child. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I mean, you're not saying you agree with their crime.
She said the other son did her. He's gonna kill her. She got one dead and one is in jail.
Oh, so okay, the one that she's not gonna visit, who he killed again?
His brother.
Oh, okay. This a recent case or an older case?
No, this is recent. This is like 3 months ago.
Oh, okay. Now, okay, that I kind of see that. Okay, I'm thinking he killed somebody else. He killed her other kid.
Yeah, she said it was over jealousy. She said it was over because he was jealous of his brother because his brother was taking care of his kids and this and that. And she said she knew that ever since he'd been putting them demonic videos up or whatever. So I went to his page. He was putting up. Well, she said he'd been putting up demonic videos for a year. Ever since he opened that door. Somehow everything was darkness or whatever. Some. If she could have phoned stuff at us.
Well, did she do anything? Did she allow them around each other? Did she try to intervene and separate them? Because you could kind of tell when brothers one another, right?
Yeah.
And so you should separate them. You got to teach them it's better to be in no contact than to kill your sibling.
Yeah.
So was she teaching that, or was she letting them be around one another? Was she the hypocrite mom?
I don't know, but I think because they both are grown, you know, I think she told one brother, but you know, the brother was like, you know, basically just kind of said his brother maybe, I don't know how it came about, but they got into a fight. She was at work, and they got into a fight.
So she let them both in the house?
I don't think it was I think the one brother, she was at work. I know she was at work. And the brother, one of the brothers over there, I think the other brother came over there or whatever, or something, I don't know. But
yeah, so she's still allowing them in the house.
Yeah.
See, in those cases, she needs to go visit him. See, now, if he kills his brother and she has separated them like I do with Elijah and Daniel, right? So but if I'm letting them hang around each other and I know they could get into it real bad,
Right.
then I should go visit him, because that's that black mom shit, right? They don't prevent it. So they was already they didn't get along. So the rules should be somebody gotta not come in the house no more. Both of them can't.
The brother was already there. He popped up over there or something like that.
And they let him in.
No, the brother ended up catching him when he was going to the court with the kids.
Oh, okay. So it's like a stalker situation.
Yeah.
But my question is, was he totally not allowed at the house no more? Right. See, sometimes they showing up because they still allowed to come around.
Right.
So if the mother has to do the complete separation, and if she didn't do enough of that, then she should go visit the killer, because she's part of why it happens.
Right.
Because he got to be told, and then you got to get the police involved. The murder is preventable if they just got to stay away from each other. And then black mothers, they don't snitch because they trying to keep the family together. Because you know your nephew threatened to throw Daniel off his balcony. He said, I'll throw him off the balcony. I told Daniel what Elijah said, and I told him don't go back to his house.
Right.
Because Elijah does have a balcony. But you know, a lot of black mothers, they don't believe in that snitching. Well, I don't want to separate the boys. They not boys no more, they men.
Right.
These is not your little 5-year-olds. One is said he gonna throw the other one off the balcony. And so you should tell the other one what he said. Don't just tell him don't go, you know, some black moms, don't go back to your brother's house, but he don't know. So I snitch it to prevent the murder. And if I feel like one gonna kill, and I don't care what people's opinions are, because they not in my house to see it go down.
Right.
The end of November 23, when Elijah came in here and started all that mess, I never let him back in here because I know somebody gonna get killed.
Right.
Because it just, somebody could have got killed that day. Then I tried to go over there, and I went over there 3 times and hung out with him and Caitlin. That went bad. Either way, somebody getting assaulted. In that case, Elijah didn't assault me. Caitlin did. So you can't win for lose. If he ain't doing the beating, his bitch is, right? So it's all, you know, you just gotta back off. And just like this Milwaukee mom, son, that 38-year-old son, right? And I'm starting to get hard on these moms. Yeah, she's a sweet black lady. She let him in to stay the night, right? But she shouldn't let him in. Right. Then he would have went on to the casino. See, if black mothers stop letting them in when they act like this, they'll go to jail for something else and they might get cured instead of going to jail for killing their mama.
Right.
I'd rather him go to jail. Like right now, I stayed my distance from your nephew, and now he's in jail for something else. I'd rather he be in there for that instead of, because it wouldn't be his intention to kill me. See, that's the issue with these type of sons. They don't really plan it. You know, it just the argument pops off. Mom didn't give them this. Milwaukee mom got killed over the casino coins. Tina, they got into it. He wanted coins for the casino. She wouldn't give him money to buy casino coins, and he beat her to death with a bat. And then she pulled scissors on him, right? Same way with the Taz and Jazz, the twins that killed their mama. Stop pulling weapons on them and they're not acting out. You know, and then you don't know how mentally ill he is. I mean, I don't know for sure, but he said the mom pulled the scissors. And she might have because he got aggressive, but that just escalates it. She pulling scissors. They ain't like these old school kids. Now, if our mom or grandma pulls scissors or a gun, we just walk away. But these new school people, they don't go by those rules. They don't just say yes, ma'am.
Right.
He got a bat like she just another bitch in the projects, right? And they forget they in your house. So I'm curious to know if that scissor thing is true, but the way he said it, it sounded like it was getting out of hand and she felt like she needed to get some, a piece. Then she had a whole man in the house, her fiance in the room sleep while all this killing going on. And it's like, why don't you have your man come to the door and talk to him? There's another man there. Maybe this wouldn't have happened, right?
Right.
But she got her fiance. He wake up looking for his fiance, and she dead in the guest room. And her son still went to the casino, Tina.
I can believe it.
He went and played so he shouldn't have been let in. He showed up unannounced. Don't sound like she invited him. You got to treat him, he's 38. You got to treat him just like he's one of your coworkers. You wouldn't let your coworker in if he just show up at night. So it's just getting out of hand. 66-year-old pretty black lady gone. 38-year-old black man, that's her son. Both 2 lives are gone. He gonna spend the rest of his life in prison and she's dead. All she had to do was not open the door. And she had him in the guest room. Another thing black moms do, they kind of play with their mind. You know what I would have did? I would have said, you can't stay in my guest room because you're not a guest. Elijah would have said, yes, ma'am, and left me alone, right? So she got him in the guest room. So that's messing with his head too, especially you calling it the guest room, right?
Right.
If you're going to bring them back home, say you back in your room, dog. You see, it's like this mixed cognitive dissonance that can make a person kind of mad. You got him in the guest room, and so he's filled with anger anyway. Like, I'm your motherfucking son. Fuck, I'm doing guest. I ain't no motherfucking guest, bitch. That's how they think, especially black men. You can't tell a black man he in the guest room. You got to play this shit off and be like, this your room. Would you like to go to your kitchen too? You know what I mean? Because you done spoiled him. She spoiled his ass.
You know, Nick's daughter stay with Rochelle now.
Oh, I know Morgan. I talk to her. I talk to Shell sometimes.
Yeah, she said it.
Yeah. Yeah, Morgan, she's cute. I like her little voice. Yeah, because they be kind of beefing her. They be beefing.
Yeah.
Shell, and because Nickel got that temper.
Yeah.
But you know what?
This particular day,
I was telling Shell stories too about these, just so they know everybody go through this. So Shell was laughing when I was telling her about when me and Daniel was boxing in the schoolyard. And Shell was like, "Oh, y'all just alike. You, Nickel, y'all and y'all tempers, right?" I told Sheila, I told CPS, I said this is why y'all keep getting these cases on me, right? I said you are viewing me as an adult, and I said, and you should stop doing that, right? So the CPS worker was like, "What do you mean?" I said, "So when they call on you, they tell you the child punched at me, right? So when you have me on videotape boxing with the child, I said the only reason this is a problem is because I won the fight. This is why I got the charge, right? The teenager want to box, but the teenager thinking I'ma lose just because I'm half 100, right? And that's where it go wrong. Now it's the child protective, right? So I told the work, I had Shell cracking up. I said, I told him, these calls are stopped when you stop viewing me as the adult. Put me on the same level as the child. Because that's what's happening. When the child swing on me, I'm now 14 or 15. Right? So it's no, the child boxing me, I'm going to box the child. Right? We both teenagers now. So, yeah, Shell was cracking up. But, you know, it's an epidemic. And then, yeah, then Mir had problems with her son when she sent her son to his dad. So it's like an epidemic. All people are having these problems with their kids.
Yeah, they is. Yeah.
So
Remember, son got the daddy locked up. I heard.
Yeah, we was talking about how that works. Cause see, the kids know the policing system now.
Yeah.
But what was they getting into it about? Nickel and Morgan. Because I just know, I know one incident with the car. Oh no, popped off with Shell too.
Oh yeah, that just happened not too long ago.
Yeah. It's because this was she grabbed for the phone or something. They was on Bluetooth, right? So Morgan was in the car with Shell, and then Nickel and Morgan was kind of into it over the phone, and she went to go hang up the phone, something like that, however that worked. But I was telling Shell how it's everybody having the same problem with these kids.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said Rain, Daniel, you know, and shit. My friend Christy and her daughter, you know, they all around the same age bracket.
Yeah, it's the teenage age. But they will come out of it. They can come out of it with the proper discipline. But you can't baby them.
Right.
You know, so one of the disciplines I provided, I don't bail you out. You talk shit, you fight. Why can't talk to the judge and see if the judge lets you out? I'm gonna visit you, not bailing you out. All of them do that same shit. Like Elijah, he was asking me to bail him out. And then they be like, you ain't got the money. I had the money. I'm not bailing you out. They really go in shock when I tell them that. Your bail is $500. Your bail is $1,000. I got that money, but I'm not bailing you out. Because the Lord wants you to sit there so you could think.
Michelle, yeah. But Michelle, she went wrong. She just said, she told, what's it called was in her room. Morgan was in her room. And Morgan had put the boy out of nickel room.
Her brother?
Yeah. And basically saying that she tired of, you know what I'm saying? Michelle told him to go back in the room. And then, the girl just started kind of flipping out. You know, going off. I was on the phone. She was going off.
Calling her bitches and stuff too?
I don't remember. I'm trying to think, did she call her a bitch? But She was calling her name, but I don't know if it was bitches or whatever. I can't remember quite, but I know it went sideways quick. It went real sideways. Telling Nickel she need to get her a job and do all type of shit.
Oh, they do that. That's how the same stuff they all say the same stuff. You know why? Because they on Instagram too. So if you really watch TikTok and Instagram, so now the new school kids, oh, you ain't got no job. They told me how I ain't got no man. They do that. See, they talk to you like y'all is. That's why I told CPS we equal. Cause see, when a motherfucker tell me I ain't got no man, I ain't got a good enough job, I ain't got this, we just both kids now. Right? So stop expecting us to act like adults when people are saying this horrific shit to us. So yeah, that's how the new school kids see they don't control themselves like the old school, like we was, but and then they've been holding it in a long time. So that anger is brewing. You know what I mean? But they do that, they get real ghetto. But the fact of the matter is, you have to look at how we were too. So see, me and Nickel, we got a little temper too, right? So the child is picking up that DNA.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
Yeah. So that's where so it's a benefit to that. Since they picking up the DNA, you gotta handle the DNA. You should know how to handle it. Go get your hammer. Okay. So you gotta see they a bully. See, you when you have a temper and you have a child like that, your child is a bully. They're bullying you. So you gotta, go on with the flow.
She kept telling her to shut up.
You know, Daniel called the police on me, honey.
Yeah, what you call the police on her too.
And you know what? See, the way you win that game,
police came.
I said, call them, right?
They came. They sure did. They
and
came.
You know, the police here, I don't know how they handled it there, but the police here made him in trouble. I said, call him. That's going to be the worst thing you could do because I'm not in the wrong. Called him. The police said, next time I come out, you going to jail. I wasn't in no trouble. And Daniel was like, man, you ain't going to lock her ass up. You going to let her motherfucking ass get away like I'm just his homegirl, right? You going to let her motherfucking ass get away with this shit? She didn't hit me with a whole motherfucking hammer. You not going to lock her ass up? And then the police told Daniel, leave her alone. She's dangerous, right? So I'm like, well, she ain't dangerous. She ain't about shit. I said. And the police is like, she's dangerous, man. Leave her alone, right? I said, I didn't go to jail because they looking at it like this better than the last time. I spared you. You lucky you my son. And I just tapped your little butt on your hand. But yeah, they get real ghetto with you too. These kids now is ghetto.
Oh, yeah.
And what you have to do, what I learned to do, this is where Nancy helps me, right? So what I have to do is do the opposite of Nancy. See, you are the adult. And you always have to remember that this is a child.
Right.
Okay, so that's the adult part where I'm like, don't do them like Nancy, right? Because see, I had control. See, if Nancy would have been in that situation, she would have slaughtered my motherfucking ass like I was a nigga on the street, right?
That's what Nick was saying about Rochelle now.
Yeah, see, Nancy can't hit me with a hammer. See, she has the restraint because there's no self-control. I know to just, because I was breaking up a fight. Because him and Isaiah, we all on the street corner. We outside fighting like we in the projects, Tina. On the sidewalk. They breaks up fighting, Isaiah and Daniel getting into it, right? They break up fighting. They go in the street and they just start leaping over fucking cars, trucks, cars. So on the police car call, they say they got a black man, a black young teenager with dreadlocks flying, just jumping over cars. So after it breaks up, because I broke it up, right? But then I guess they don't know if I'm getting ready to beat up both of them, because they fleeing me because I got the hammer, right? And so on the police call, it said that it appears to be a family. So whoever kind of, they knew we was related. Ain't that weird? They say we suspect it's family members fighting. Maybe they saw the control in the fight, that we wasn't going too far. I don't know. But it could be people that see us walking that know us. Our neighbors are driving by. They might know who we are, right? So, but Daniel, little actor ass, right? Oh my God, the 911 call, right? So you have to hear the 911 call. Hello, this is Daniel. My mother and my brother, yes, come right now. I'm being attacked. They're beating me with a hammer. But you know he do acting classes. He is a trained actor. So, you know, the police was like, he sounded really distraught on the call, right? And was, you know, mocking how he was talking. I said, he does do acting. Shoot, he just did it. But yeah, he played whole victim. But then I came on home, so he ran off. He said he's calling the police. I said, call him. So you can't, with the kids, you can't be scared of the law like that. You gotta call them. Go on. I'm the parent. I'm in the right. And then they let them know the new laws. The child, once they 18, they under equal law. That's just another person on the street. You could defend yourself. It's no longer CPS. So she flipped out, right? And then what was Nickel response to that? I know Nickel snapped, didn't she?
She didn't stop. She was like, boy, she said, you heard her still. She said, Tina, you still hear her talking? I told her to shut up. She said, you know, basically like she would crack up upside her head. But she say, you know, she changed persons, trying to change now, whatever. And so Morgan going in. Still, I said, that's her still talking, just going in. She telling her to shut up. All type of stuff.
She act like Daniel.
They were telling her to shut up and stuff like that, and she needs some more medicine and whatever.
Who said somebody needs some more medicine?
They were telling me that she needs some more medicine. She needs a different dosage or something.
Oh, she's on medicine?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why then. She don't need that. You know how I feel about the medicine? This is why not to give it to them. They still acting out. It's not working, right?
Right.
If you talk to Nickel, tell her about St. John's wort.
Yeah, she was on medicine, but she ain't been going to the clinic or something or whatever. She needed to get back on the medicine.
Yeah, I don't think she needed it all. Get her St. John's wort. We take that 300 milligrams. It's a European herb, and it's a mood stabilizer, and it's good for anxiety. Yeah, get there. You get it right at we get the capsules and just take it as needed. It works better than prescription psych meds. St. John's wort. It'll say right on there, mood stabilizer. And it's good for your body, and it's good for your brain. It gives your brain what's missing when they're going through the hormone changes. And I would just take her off the medicine because it ain't working.
Yeah.
That's my problem with the meds. You on medicine and you still flip it out. So no.
I think she's been off of medicine and she's flipping out.
Medicine don't resolve it, not psych meds, unless it's like maybe a short term. Once you know about St. John's wort, you don't need none of that shit. It ain't nothing but anxiety. The child is filled with anxiety, and they need you gotta take them to church too. I mean, get them in other activities. The child should be too busy for that. So you got to get the child like preoccupied with other activities.
Yeah, I know she was in something. I want to say basketball, and then I went damn, and I know she was working. She was working 2 hours. She was at a job,
Mm-hmm.
and she was I guess she, wanted to be in the room by herself. She was tired of her brother. Shit, that's basically what it is. So he always being on that, whatever.
Yeah, she wants her own space. It sounds like.
Yeah, that's what it is. So the police came. She was still going off, but she finally calmed down. And she was like,
"That's how you know they don't need medicine. They ass calm down when the police come. This person ain't crazy."
She was still going off when the police was there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the homeboy was still going off.
Oh, okay. So that is she has lost control.
And then she was telling the police something, and the police took her outside to talk to her. Other cops stayed in the house, talked to Nickel, and whatever. And then she was like, she didn't want to hear it. She better call her. Yeah, so Rochelle came and got her. And she didn't Rochelle and sat down.
Yeah. And see, that's what I didn't have. I didn't have the intervention. I don't have no grandma to come get mine. So I don't have, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I told Sheila I commend her for helping too.
Yeah.
You know, I said, you a good grandma.
I was on the phone at first. Rochelle was trying to figure out what happened or whatever, right? And she was like, Tina was on the phone with me. I did not do this and that, whatever. So they get into an argument, her and Nickel on the phone. And I said, Nickel, just listen. I said, you don't listen. And then I was like, man, Nickel, just listen. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And they got into a big argument. I had told them.
Listening to what Morgan's saying.
No, Rochelle and Nickel got into it.
Oh, after she picked her up?
Mm-hmm. They got into it real bad.
On the phone?
Yeah. And I was on her shit. And I was like, man.
And what was the disagreement about?
Because Rochelle was trying to, and this is what I was trying to tell Nickel too. Like, Rochelle always been this type of way ever since I was little. And she always don't, like, even with Paul, if Paul had a problem with a situation, she looks at it in all angles. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you could be whatever, or just Nickel, whoever. If she feel like you wrong, she try to look at it in a different perspective. Like, you know, she looking at it as far as Morgan perspective too. She a teenage, she want her own space. You know what I'm saying? Like, people don't want to be around siblings all the time, little brother all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's called parentification. So when you do that, it's actually I learned this through therapy, right? It's one of the stressors that an older sibling goes through. So you're putting that child in a parental role.
Right.
And they're not the child's parent. And I don't know if you realize that's some of what happened when you came to the restaurant.
Right. I told you that too.
Yeah, it was because I was happy that you was there because I was bored, right? So I had been there by myself, you know, as far as like the only grandchild, right? But at first when you came, you was up there with me all day. I was doing your hair. putting you on sundresses, getting your jelly beans. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So the child that's being under, I think it's called parentification, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are making a child a mother. Because you got to remember, you 5, I'm 10.
Right, right.
You got to remember, no matter how smart I may have talked, or, you know, Nettie got me to tutor and it's still a 10-year-old, right? But from your perspective, you treated me more like I'm your mother, right? And I try to, even to this day, I try to work on that. Like, I am not your mother. So I have to watch what I say to you too, right? So, but see, I had therapy for it. So I was told what abuse that I was subjected to, which, and what that does when a child is under parentification, I think that's the correct name, where one child is being made to be like the parent figure of their siblings, right? They become violent. Okay. So they become stressed out because both children are being abused. When Nancy's abusing us, right? And then by ignoring us, neglecting us, you know, and then Nettie is too. We're being heavily neglected by both the grandparent and the mother. So that's what that's called. So, and I was aware of that. People used to get mad at me because Isaiah, when I used to have my 2 and 3 jobs, the difference between me and a lot of other parents, because I remember Gerald said it one time. She said, "Why you let him tell you he not gonna babysit today, right?" I said, "Because Isaiah's a child. Isaiah, I would pay him to babysit because I used to say, now you are the babysitter because you are the oldest, right? Even though Elijah always tried to take it over, right? But Isaiah, he made more logical choices. Like Elijah, them they go out on the roof, shit like that. You know, Elijah was a little he had struggled following rules a little bit. But when Isaiah would get stressed out, he'd say, I don't want to babysit today. And I didn't make him do it. Because I didn't parentify him. He not their parent.
Right.
Shit, if he would say, I ain't keeping him at all. And then I used to tell Gerald, I said, nah, if he say he don't want to baby, he know what he going through. If he tired and he don't feel like babysitting today, what if I have him do it and he hurt them? Right? This is how other kids get injured. But I used to get a lot of, because Gerald used to be like, I wouldn't let, if that was my son, I wouldn't let him tell me nothing. You babysitting your siblings. And they was in daycare, you know, and after school care. But it was just sometimes if the community center was closed or like he would help me for 3 hours because I had so many jobs, you know. But yeah, but yes, so with Morgan, when she's in her room with the siblings all the time.
Well, that was the problem. She was always in Michelle's room, and Michelle was like, you know, her son, Witchcraft, was being there, and you know, Morgan just took over Michelle's room for real. I'm like, you got a room, why don't you just look at your own TV? You know what I'm saying?
That's what so Morgan had her own room, right?
Yeah, she had her own room. So,
she probably want to be around Michelle more too.
Yeah, but Michelle was in the living room at that time, man. She was in the living room talking to me on the phone. Morgan was in her room talking on her phone. And Morgan was taking the brother out of Michelle's room.
And that would be fine if she go to her own room. But what I see Morgan trying to do, she's kind of reminding me of Daniel, right? Like what they're doing, because Daniel was like that at first too, right? So where they're trying, they think they acting like, you know what they act like? They act like king drug dealers that's trying to take over your house, right? But the problem is me and Nickel is half crazy. So you're not taking over shit, right? So you gotta go find somebody that wasn't raised by Nettie and Shell. You see what I'm saying? You got the wrong nigga to take over. Cause we do know boundaries. So my thing is, you in my room. If you want to put them out, go to your own room.
Right.
Get out of my room trying to put motherfuckers out.
And right, and that's what Nickel was saying.
Because in my room, if you gonna go in my room, he can go in my room too. Because it's my room. It's not your room, little girl.
Right.
So, but I dealt with some of that because remember when I was going through mine, the police had to tell Daniel to come downstairs, stay downstairs. So he was police ordered to stay downstairs. And they was doing that for his protection too.
Right.
And you know, he come up the stairs with motherfucking, you know, because Daniel, real cold pimp, right? Bitch, I'm coming upstairs, bitch. What the fuck you gonna do, right? And I'm on the phone with the police. I'm like, look, officer, this guy ain't wrapped too tight, right? What he doesn't understand, he lucky he my son. And the 911 would be like, don't do it, Miss Irene, right? I'm like, he's stalking me, following me up the steps. All I gotta do is just turn around and push him down to his death. Please come talk to this brother. For he be in one of y'all little kitty caskets. And they would be like, don't do it. We're coming out. Everybody calm now, right? Because I would tell them all the time. One time, I told the officer, right? I said, I want you to understand this. I know y'all get police calls and stuff like that. I said, I just want to let you know this. I could take care of this whole situation and end it within 30 minutes. Right? And he knew what I meant too. Like, I'm not the pussy and punk y'all think I am, right? I said, but when I call y'all, I'm calling on me too. I feel that's illegal coming out of me, right? And I don't want to hurt no child, get myself hurt or anything. And so the officer would be like, I believe you. I believe that you could end it all in 30 minutes. I believe you. That's okay. As long as you believe. That's why I'm calling you. We need therapy. And we went through that and helped too. But so see what happens is I learned this through therapy too.
What's up, Amber? Not so much.
I learned this through therapy too, right? And you might want to relate this to Nickel too, right? So what's actually happening is the child is trying to find their own identity and independence, right? So when they cussing us out and acting like that, they're actually growing up. And they're trying to figure out how do they navigate that. So like when they trying to take over the house, that's part of them establishing their independence. But the problem with that is it's not really that what the children don't understand now. They're not the provider. Right. Me and Nickel are the providers. Right. So it's not your room. So maybe you need to find you somewhere to go. See what I'm saying? And see, I was different. Like I felt that even when I was with Nettie, right? But I left. See, if you can't take over your parents' place like that. If you don't like what's going on, leave. And that was the thing that and they can fix it if our kids are smart, Tina. Daniel's doing wonderful now. Right? But he had to go to that jailhouse. See what I'm saying? He had to sit in there. He was gone 4 months incarcerated. So, and you know what? I'm telling you something. That's when I gained respect for him. Because I didn't respect him. You know what I used to tell him? I used to say, you just talk shit to your mom, right? And that's a part that's gone too. You lose respect for your child, right? But when he was in that jail and he talked shit to the guards, he was getting into it with the guards. I said, oh, now you a real motherfucker. I like you. See, you gotta learn to talk shit to somebody outside of me.
Right.
So when he started filing them complaints, and I said, now you're a man. Okay. You file complaints, you done cut some guards out. You got some guards, they gotta shut the whole jail down because the guards scared to fuck with you. That's where you need to use that shit at. Because now you are in danger. This one guard wanted to keep him shackled and handcuffed to get his haircut on the sides. The part of his hair that's not dreads. And Daniel like, no. I'm not saying shackled because it was against the rules. They're supposed to unshackle you to take you in general population to cut your hair. But, so that's what happens too. The parent has to reestablish respect for the child, the growing child, because the child wants to be treated like an adult too, because they are aging out. They don't really want to be treated like a kid no more. But that's fine. I could treat you like you're not a kid no more, right? But you need to show me something to show me that you on my level. Not and just cussing me out don't do it. You cussing me out, you showing me you still a child. Let me see you do that to somebody else, right? Where you really need that trait. Because that trait ain't helping you with me. So that's all. They grow up, and our kids got badass tempers. And they real project. Daniel, see, because when our family, me and Nickel, when we snap. And we're just seeing our kids. They're mini us. It might be some kind of karma too. You know what I'm saying? Like, it could be a drop of karma. It's coming back on you. You gotta look at what you put your parents through. But you know who I admired a lot, and I ended up being glad that stayed with us? Brenda. Yep. Brenda, I'm so grateful Brenda was in my life. And I was against Nettie moving them in, but everything happened for a reason, right?
Because Brenda came first and then Rita came a year later.
Was it that long?
Yeah.
I thought Rita came sooner.
She came after, Brenda came.
I didn't know it was that long. I thought it was like 6 months.
It could have been 6 months. I thought it was a year, but
yeah, it was like I thought it was 6 months.
After James died.
Well, Brenda taught me one of the things I will always say about Brenda, that she always treated me like I was a child. Me and Rita, because me and Rita be banging. Me and Rita was fighting. Yeah, because it was funny too. Brenda was kind of really funny, right?
Brenda was funny.
She never stops cleaning her pussy, right? Y'all stop that. Y'all stop it. Like, why don't you stop it, man? Dress. Put your damn clothes on, right? But Brenda didn't let you stop her life, honey. So one of the things I could say is I followed her teaching, right? Because she teaching me by what she showed me. And one of the things I had to follow Brenda, not Nancy. I couldn't follow Nancy. You don't push the child and put them in the hospital, right? And have them on Valium for 6 months and never check on them. But I turned into like a Brenda, right? When I was dealing with Daniel's situation. And I had to remember, the calmness that she had and stuff. And always remembering it as a teenager. Because when I look back on it and I really look at it, because I said to myself one day, I said, Brenda treated me like I was half retarded, right? She acted like I was like 5. And because I remember one time she said, Rita, you know that girl ain't got good sense. Irene. You know how Brenda used to talk, right?
Yeah, like Zeke. Every time they talk, they sound like they upset, screaming.
Yeah. Irene, go in the room. Because, boy, me and Rita was on that day. Rita told me, I'm from Alabama. I'm going to win this fight, right? I said, oh, really? This is a challenge. I said, well, I'm getting ready to show you what St. Louis motherfuckers do. Next thing I know, because it all started over the damn radio. I wanted the radio cut off, right?
Right.
Because you know what? It was too loud. I was acting like Nancy. Shit too loud, dog. This ain't the club. You know, like Nancy doing it with the squeaky floor. But I'm like, the damn thing too loud. So then Rita told me, you better not fight me. I'm from Alabama. Okay. I hopped over there. I hopped on Nettie's bed. And I did like it was like a trampoline, right?
Yeah, I was up there.
You remember?
Yeah.
When you seen and I snatched the motherfucking radio?
Yep.
Yeah, then but Brenda was always cool.
And then Rita was already Rita was talking about shit, yeah, because y'all got into it too again over the clothes.
Oh yeah, me and Rita was at it.
Yeah, Brenda was washing her pussy then. They was ready to go out.
Uh-huh. And Rita, one thing I would do, she would back off. I do like I think over the clothes incident, whatever we got into with the clothes of the closet. Because you know, like
suitcase they threw down the step.
Yeah. But see, the thing is, the reason I would be on Rita like that and was so challenged by Rita is because she kept saying she was gonna win because she was from Alabama. And then Brenda was like, Rita, stop saying that. These St. Louis people crazy. You ain't gonna win, Rita, because you from Alabama. The girl is crazy. Leave that crazy girl alone. You know Irene ain't got good sense, right? And she was saying basically don't fight me too, right?
Right.
But I would jump Rita and then when I would hop on that motherfucking bed, because Rita had already showed me that scared her, right? So whenever I jumped on Nettie's bed, she kind of would leave, back off. Cause I'm like, come on, let's get it on. I'm trying to see Alabama. Because I know we win it here, right? You getting ready to see, I'm going to show you what St. Louis people do. So keep on thinking you from Alabama. And Brenda was like, these people crazy in this state. Rita, you're not in Alabama no more, Rita. Brenda was funny as hell. This state, they killing people. Yeah, you better listen to her. And you want to say, when is you going to stop washing your pussy?
Right.
She was going to be clean. Yeah, but Brenda was something else. But she never, one thing she never did. She never instigated. I'm sorry, Tammy. Huh?
No, you're right. I'm at the store.
Yeah, she never I want to apologize to you too for calling you a homosexual.
Oh, it's all right.
Yeah.
Look, I listened that was so funny to me. I had everybody at work listening to that.
No, but on the voicemail, I was saying I didn't have no problem with being homosexual.
Yeah, You said a couple times. You said, yeah, you said it in it.
Oh, I said the machine, but I also was saying I ain't had no problem.
Yeah, you did. But it was the way you said it. You was like, you know.
Oh yeah.
I don't say this girl. I bugged up. I bugged up. Oh man. Hey, get that on stuff.
Yeah, you had hurt my feelings over a period of time, Tina. I snapped out.
Yeah, you I was bad enough. I say, shit. I said, listen to this, y'all. Yeah, I listen to it time to time. Yeah, but
yeah, I was trying to say without saying it that I always supported you no matter what.
Yeah.
So what I was trying to say is I love you. I don't care about you being a homosexual or what they call or a gay woman, right? But I was just saying, where's my love? Where, you know what I'm saying? Like what empathy is there for me with, because my issues may be different.
What you doing with the phone? You sound
phone. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, now I can.
Yeah. No, that was my way of saying I always, no matter what, I've been around people that was disowned from their families.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it was for many reasons. I met people that was disowned. They was raised in like cults, and they was disowned for having children out of wedlock, disowned for being gay. What is your preference? Like, because homosexual is offensive, right? You prefer to be called a gay woman or a stud? Because I call you a stud.
Yeah, I'm a stud.
Yeah, okay. That's the word I use. And that's how when I describe you to people, I always say my sister a stud.
Yeah.
Right.
They got all these sayings now. All these different I call them preliminary things now.
Yeah. And I use that word homosexual to purposely be offensive. In that message, in the messages, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, it ain't offensive because that's what I am. Now, if I like dyke is a bad word.
Yeah, I wouldn't call nobody that. Homosexual to me is just a formal, like, book word for it.
Yeah, dyke is a kind of consider a bad word, but it don't even offend me no more either.
Yeah, I wouldn't call people that. But I just always wonder, like, what's the correct word? It's just like, I hate people. I don't like the word single mother. I do not allow people to call me that, because it's all of us single mothers. It's only one of you, right? You just all mothers. It's the same. You all the same, whether you married, not with the man, you just a mother. I can't stand the label on it, right?
Yeah.
Because for one, I don't want people feeling sorry for me. Why to sing? I don't need single because I don't want no donation. So just take it off. It's just like when I was a married mother. Nobody calls me a married mother, right?
Right.
So why the single on it? It's you just a mother. When you married, they just call you a mother, right?
Right.
Nobody says you're a married mother. So I don't labels like that. So and when people have done it a couple of times, people did, I'll tell them, just call me a mother. I'm not looking for no sympathy, and I don't want to feel like I'm better or less than. So I'm just a mom. You can take the single word off, because all of us single, because it's just one of us. Right. Single to me mean one. So she a single mother too when she married, because it's just one.
What you gonna say? She don't like the labels either.
Who?
The brat, because we assumed that she was a stud. But she been with men. She been with quite a few men.
Right.
But
I love the brat. So what's she saying? She rather be referred to none of the labels.
Yeah.
Yeah. Labels.
Wrong like that too. With her and her wife.
Yeah, labels open the room for discrimination and pity.
Yeah.
So see, a person, like if it's a single mother trying to get like some kind of sympathy, she gonna like the label. It's just you just a mother. Take the label off. I don't like the label. So what I try to do as I get older is ask people, what do they prefer to be called? What is it for them? That way I'm being respectful. Because I always call you a stud.
Right.
But if we formally talking about it, I'll use the word homosexual just to be kind of book wise.
Right.
Because that's what it is. Because stud ain't really book wise. It's just that's what you are, right?
Right.
It's like another name that was created by the gay community. They came up with their own label.
Initially was stud.
Who was?
Men.
Oh, they were?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
That's where studs come from, men.
Oh, so a gay man or a straight man?
A straight man.
A straight man. Okay. So, okay, now I see where it came from. I didn't know that. Yeah, I didn't know that, Tina.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I apologize for that.
Oh, yeah.
I just was when the trigger for me is when you said "fuck you."
What I say? Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, it was when you would cuss at me and I wasn't cussing at you. That was my trigger.
Yeah.
I said no, she didn't.
Yeah.
I was talking. You said "fuck you." I didn't have no comeback for that except homosexual, right? I was in such a dire situation.
That's when you said something.
That's when I said homosexual and hung up.
No. That's when you cause I ain't started cussing you until you said that thing about Snooki.
No, what triggered off the dispute over the phone was Elijah.
Yeah.
You didn't cuss me about Snooki.
No. It wasn't about Elijah. It was about Daniel.
I was telling you to stop talking about me to Elijah because he's an abuser.
But no, you said that too. But we was over. It was about Daniel. It initially started.
Yeah, but that ain't. You wasn't cussing me over that.
I cussed you out over Snooki when I read that paragraph you said.
You didn't cuss at me. You just said that that's not normal to talk about your child like that.
I did, and then
you didn't cuss me until I asked you to stop talking about me to Elijah. See, it all built up to that. So the text came about Snooki, right? Because see, texting, that's why I don't like texting. Because it's not truly saying what you're trying to say.
Right.
So you still grieving. So I sent you the text, but you didn't cuss me out about none of that. You never cussed me. You didn't say fuck you until it had built up. You didn't say fuck you until I asked you to stop talking about me to Elijah. Because on those voicemails, I'm mentioning Elijah.
Why can't we always get
along? Because I was mentioning, I said, now Tina, you know he's an abuser.
Why can't we all just get along, Mama?
Yeah, so that's why I was leaving those voicemails, because that was the final. That's when you totally snapped.
Yeah.
Now
that snapping was over Snooki though.
Yeah, that might have been the root of it, but we wasn't talking about Snooki. I said, Tina, you know he's an abuser. Because Elijah had called me and he said, see, you're not accountable, right? And he went off on me. And I called you to tell you that, because basically I feel like you sicked him on me. So we was arguing over Elijah. That's why on those voicemail messages, yeah. So when
and the crazy thing about it,
but you had got annoyed over Snooki.
Yeah.
See,
that's what I'm talking about. See, me and Michelle was on the phone when I clicked Elijah in, right? When I called him back.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling Michelle, I said, this boy told I said, then now when you was on the phone, did I say anything out the way to Elijah about Irene? I just asked him what was wrong with his mother. And then
What was wrong with me? How?
Something happened. Something happened. Whatever.
So you asking him what is wrong? Like I'm in the wrong?
Yeah, something happened.
So this is the thing, Tina. Let me explain.
Oh, yeah.
But see, this one thing you got to understand. I want you to look at this fact, right? In the policing system and in court record, he's considered our abuser. I want you to understand facts.
Right.
Not what you want it to be. And it's a child, once they get of age and get on drugs, they can become the family abuser.
Right.
Because he got on dope. So it's what's wrong with Elijah. That's what so if you look at like if you want to go off just records, that's what it is. Now and I'm gonna be honest with you. It ain't nothing wrong with me. I have a strategy that keeps me from getting killed. See, I do what you call reactive abuse, right? That's why I'm not one of these shows where the son, Elijah unalives the whole family. That's why you don't see us on the news. And over time, anybody that continues the name call, because see, you see one version of Elijah, right? You don't see the real Elijah. See, you don't know him the way we do. You see the kind of version. So ain't nothing wrong with me. The only thing wrong with me is it's unacceptable that he keep calling me bitch.
Well, I told him about that.
Yeah.
I told him, stop calling you out your name.
So that's what's wrong with me right there. See, because for me, remember you said this one time, Tina, you treat people accordingly. You don't care about their role.
Right.
So for me, I don't care that he a son. He keep calling me bitches. I'm coming for him. I'm going to treat him just like a man on the street. Daniel? Yeah. Daniel will tell you that. And it's no favoritism. It's no favoritism. When Daniel popped off, I called him all kind of bitch ass niggas. See, I give them what they give me. You see what I'm saying? I don't care that you one of my kids. And I was the same way with Snooki. You being my child don't make you off limits to getting cussed out. Yeah, so like you said, so when you said what's wrong with the mother, you said that too.
I said, what's wrong with my sister, your mother? He was like, what's wrong with her? I say, I don't know. I said, she was talking about something. I forgot what it was.
Oh, yeah, because he came and attacked me, right, verbally. It was verbal, not physically. And then I asked you to stop talking about what I was saying was he's vulnerable in the mind. And he's like easily, it's not hard to get him to turn on me because he's in abuse mode. And I was trying to describe to you his nature and how he really is. So I just asked you. I also was telling you I didn't want to pass down this family trait, right? You know, like Nettie used to talk about Nancy. It's a different dynamic because I raised my kids. So it's not the same dynamic as it was with Nancy. And I was able to calm him down. I eventually told Elijah, I said, because he kept on calling in on me. He was like, yeah, me and Aunt Tina, we know you. We know your kind. He was going the fuck off, right? And I was like, you and Aunt Tina, y'all niggas know what? Fuck y'all niggas know about me, right? So, Daniel, he said, damn. So, I was like, what the fuck up, dog? What you and your auntie know? Tell me what you niggas know, right? He was like, we know you not accountable. He was going the fuck off on me, right? I was like, Who can I be accountable as you? I said, I'm gonna call the police on your black ass. You want to be another police call? Calm down. So he calmed down. So eventually I talked to him again, right? Because what I had to do was calm down. So when he called again, because he was on me, he was like doing phone stalking, right? He was like, yeah, finally, Tina, know what kind of motherfucker you is, right? I was like, all right, Elijah. I said, look here, Elijah, just calm down. I said, can you listen? And he was like, yeah, I'm listening, Mom. I said, look, Elijah, part of me being an accountable person and a responsible person, that's why I raised you. He said, oh, that makes sense. I said, now, who wasn't accountable is me and Tina's damn mama. I'm not that extreme. You know what I'm saying? So we worked it out. But when I asked you to stop talking about me to him, and I probably asked kind of like with a little attitude, you know what I mean? Like I'm.
That was after when you had got into it.
No, that's when you said fuck you, Tina. On those messages, I'm saying, you know, he is an abuser. That's why on the messages, that was the final straw. But yeah, the final straw when you said fuck you, you said fuck you because I'm dictating and telling you something. Yeah. And cancers don't really like that. You gotta approach them different, right?
But see, that goes back to that was after me and you had got into it.
We wasn't into it yet until that. We was into it about Snooki, but it hadn't got cussing. We was disagreeing.
Well, the only thing I could think of with me and Elijah that I said that was after the fact that me and you had got into it.
Yeah, it was. We had got into it, but it was normal then. It hadn't escalated. But when you said the fuck you, because I called you a homosexual when you said fuck you. You said fuck you, and that's because I was telling you what to do. I was saying stop talking about me to him. It's basically like Elijah started it. That's what happened. He called, y'all had talked, and what he could have did is just kept y'all conversation confidential. Because I told him, I said, going forward, whatever you and your auntie talk about, that's between y'all. Don't call me and attack me because of what y'all talk about. Yeah, that's what I told him, and he didn't do it no more.
Yeah, because when you had said that, I was like, now look, you was on the phone when I talked to him. We went on the phone for more than 3 to 4 minutes. I said, I don't know what he said. This is what I said to I said, I don't know what he said to Irene. But she come down talking about her to her son. And I said, I'll be telling the motherfucker, don't be cussing out or whatever. And this, and that.
He just did the same shit he do with us. When he hear and we get into it. Elijah know what to say to make people get into it. That's all. So I think what happened is he over dramatized whatever y'all was talking about. You know what I'm saying? And
was on the phone that day.
Yeah, I don't think you said anything that bad.
No, I wasn't on the phone with him that long.
Yeah, but he called me screaming and hollering. And he mentioned you. That's why I called you. But then we was already having words about Snooki, right? And the text and how that got.
I don't know what Daniel was.
No, it wasn't. Daniel was nowhere in the argument. We was arguing over Snooki. I still got the messages.
No. This was over Daniel initially. You remember I stayed up all night. This is initially how it started already. Daniel was missing for 3 or 4 days. Remember?
He had been missing longer than that, 3 weeks.
Yeah.
It was, but you was involved when he first was missing.
And I was telling you to call King County or whatever the county was. Yeah.
You was talking about putting a missing persons report, but that ain't what made you say fuck you.
Yeah.
We wasn't talking about Daniel when you cussed me. He was nowhere in the conversation, just Elijah.
It was, well, all I know in the text messages, it was all from that day. We was talking about Daniel and Elijah and Snuggie.
Yeah, we was those was all part of the conversations, but the ultimate getting into it when we said in the homosexual comment, the last final straw was we got into it about Elijah.
Oh,
That was what triggered that off because I was trying to stop the problem, but getting into it while Daniel was missing, we didn't argue about that, and we didn't cuss each other. Yeah, we didn't cuss. We didn't cuss into it. The only problem I had with the Dan, because you had made a comment, you had said because the police will think, call and report it because of what the police might think, right?
right.
But see, this a trait I wish you would work on a little bit is getting to know, find out what the police think, right? So the only thing the police, they never gonna think I did nothing to these kids. For one, Daniel was 18. Legally, I don't have to put him as missing, and he ran off.
Right.
See, Daniel wasn't in my house when he came up missing.
Right.
He had ran off to the shelter because that's that shit Elijah teach him to go to that damn shelter, the men's shelter, that adult shelter. So
he phoned something. I was telling you to call this shelter.
I did. And they wouldn't answer. He got when his phone went dead, a SWAT team, dogs, airplanes, and everything arrested Daniel within 2 hours of that call. So when the day his phone went dead, we couldn't find him because he was arrested. But I didn't know that then. Right, because he wasn't found. I couldn't find him nowhere. Right, so he wasn't in the system. Yeah, and I actually had to go through and the thing why it was so alarming when Daniel came up missing is because he's not like Elijah, where he goes out of contact for days.
Right, you said that.
Daniel always maintained contact. And so nobody knew where he was at, but I ended up having to go back through Elijah to help locate him. So Elijah talked to the people at the shelter, found out the dispute with the black man that was there, right? But it appeared that he could be dead because he got into it with some guys, and then they say he was going to Seattle. And when you go to Seattle here, that's bad. That's like going in a body bag, right? Anytime you hear somebody say they child going to Seattle and missing, assume they dead or at the morgue, right? So, Seattle is really bad. So, we didn't know if he was dead or alive, but yeah, and what I kept doing was I kept looking for him, right?
Right.
And so, and see, with my kids too, you got to understand, because I dealt with this with Snooki too, right? When they get off on drugs, see, I'm not getting ready to let my kid get me killed.
Right.
So what I'm not doing, I'm not going to the meth house. I ain't going over there. I'm not getting ready to get shot up, right? I don't let my kids put me in these dangerous situations.
Right.
So when my kids get of age, I don't go like when Snooki was over there staying at the one house with Ray, and that lady was in there doing voodoo. Snooki was in a voodoo. I'm not going in that shit. And I don't care if you my child. See, it's an adult. And I'm not getting ready to get killed over my adult child. Because that's what's going to happen. You got to be careful following when they get off drugs and they putting themselves in these risky environments. Because you go in there looking for them and stuff, you're going to get yourself killed. And then your child not even there no more. You know what I'm saying? So my thing is I teach, and I can do it with a clear conscience because I don't smoke that shit they smoke. So I done taught you not to do drugs, right? And if you do drugs, then and I don't feel sorry for him, Tina. Me and you not smoked out. And I think our life was worse. I really do. I think our life was worse than theirs. Because for one, we didn't have our mother. So is you on crack right now? I'm on crack. Now, I'm not going to say we ain't never got high, but it's no excuse for these addictions. They know better. So my child ain't getting ready to get killed. I'm sorry. Not no grown one. Now, a 5-year-old, 10-year-old, I got to go in and get them, right? But no, I'm not taking and so that was the issue with Daniel. Because despite what people think, he ain't the favorite like you think. I'm not, and I told him, I ain't going to the meth house. I told him, get from over at the drug house. I called him every day and told him to come home. Now, I do that. Because for one, they not kidnapped, right? Now, I'm going to go in and get the feds involved. My child saying they kidnapped. But these are not kidnapping victims. They are voluntarily following the world and going with peer pressure. So, yeah, but I didn't get offended when you told me to find Daniel. When you said the police will think something, I'm like, only thing the police say is, why do I deal with Elijah and Daniel? The police didn't understand from their perspective why I have the patience I have with them. Because several police have told me basically disown both of them. And I said, no, I'm going to help them to the best of my ability. And both of them have improved. You know what I mean? I've seen drastic improvements. I mean, even Elijah being over there with those children. I don't believe those are his children, just in general. But even that life is better than the false flag and gang life. You know what I'm saying? So that was a big improvement. You know, him getting his own apartment, being over there with Kaylin and her kids. That could be, could be his kids. I don't know. But that was better. So I tried to hang in there with all of them, especially Elijah and Daniel when they went through their trials and tribulations to make their life better. But I do not put myself in. I don't feel like having a child mean I have to die because of it. So when they pose a danger to me, and I don't care who it is, that's one area I'm strict on. If anyone poses a danger, threaten me, any danger that's coming through the children, they got one time and I bounce out of it. Because there's too many people is getting unalive in these kid situations. So that's why, and I'm like that across the board, right? I'm strict when it comes to those situations. I'm not going in the dope house. I'm not, when I went over there, I tried it. I said, I'm gonna try it. When I went over there with Elijah's house, I had a lot of compassion when I did that. Cause my mother never came to my house, right? So I said, I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try to do it different, right? But what I learned real quick is Nancy's way is the proper way. Stay out your adult kid's house. You won't get a fist in your side, right? Because me and Daniel went over there to protect Elijah. He turned on us. And also, I keep myself out of their crimes. So like this baby, autopsy. I was questioned about this child. Jennifer, the black lady, because this is a white supremacy state, right?
Autopsy came back?
Not yet.
Okay.
But see, it appeared, because I don't know if you had a judgment of that, but I'm very clairvoyant. I'm psychic a little bit, right? I already know what's getting ready to go down. So I'm protecting myself criminally. Right. So I always protect myself criminally from my own children. So the no contact order went on. And see what it's going to do now. If I help Elijah in court, I'm a credible witness for him. because they can't say, well, mom was having dinner with him with the no contact order on. See, once that no contact order went on, I never went back around them.
Right.
Damn, that's messed up.
Yeah. Me and Daniel went over there to get Elijah out the situation because we know that girl gonna get Elijah in trouble.
Right.
But he refused. Yeah. So that's how I'm helping you sometimes, right? Not with the bailing out, but me and Daniel was on bad terms with him. The girl knocked Elijah out.
Right.
Now, this is a guy that has abused me chronically. So, huh? Yeah, she was scared of Daniel, but she knocked Elijah the fuck out. And me, I'm not evil, right? Despite what the world may think, I'm not evil as people think. So when I heard him get knocked out, I think nothing about what he did to me. I deal with the current situation. Because for one, he ain't knocked me the fuck out. Right. So I'm not gonna let him go that far, right? Me and Elijah, we fought right in front of the house. I stole him in his jaw and shit. That motherfucker punched me in my stomach. When I stole him in his jaw, because he was calling me old bitches all day, talking about I had arthritis. Because we had a school appointment to get him back in high school. And Elijah was like, bitch, what you gonna do, bitch? You got motherfucking arthritis, right? So Elijah know how to make you want to be young again, right? So I said, you got one more time to talk about my arthritis. We was right on the porch. He said it one more time. I stole that nigga in his jaw like he
Black History Month was last month.
There you say Black History Month was last month. So I stole him in his jaw, and then he punched me in my stomach. But it's fine. I had a lot of fat there. It's not doing shit, right? I had felt a little stomach upset for a couple of weeks, but I was fine because that's where most of my fat is at. So so Kaylin knocked him out, right? And I could hear like pounce on him. I heard this shit. And I was saying, Elijah, he didn't come to. He was like out for maybe 10. Then finally, he sound dizzy and woozy, right? She could be a wrestler. And I said, yeah, because he came too. She knocked him out. He was gone for the count, right? So he told me how she did it. See, Caitlin had a lot of weight on her then because she was pregnant, so she pounced on him. You know, Elijah not a big guy. Right. So he got knocked out. So finally I stayed on the phone. He came to. I said, Elijah, and he was like out, like dizzy. He was like, Mom, call the police, you know. And I had him on speakerphone. Now Daniel wasn't speaking to him, but Daniel heard him in that crisis. And Daniel was like, I'll go too, Mom. So we both went to help him. And that was September 2024. And we went over there as full protectors. So Elijah said he wanted her out. And I blocked the door to stop them from fighting too. And he wouldn't go. I mean, they would have put her out. Now, later, he tried to put her out on his own. He picked her up and set her outside the door in the hallway. And that's when the neighbors called the police. And that's when he got the domestic violence stuff on him. But if he would have did it the way me and Daniel was doing it, the legal way, she could have been put out. They wouldn't have let her back in. You know what I'm saying? Right. But he didn't do it that way. And then after that, we kept getting into it. And another thing too, you could never talk to him alone. After that, he's always supervised. Right? Like I can't have no conversation without her easing dropping in. You know, it was just all bad. So once the fist thing happened, I just stayed from around it. Cause see, this stuff, like the Kurt situation, I gained a lot of experience. I already know the rodeo, right? So the thing is, that's why I'm strict. I don't know, to y'all it may not make sense, but to me, like right now, the autopsy, I have nothing to do with it. I already was questioned. They even questioned another black lady. See, this is a white supremacy state, right? So when they do criminal investigations and we dealing with other races, they always automatically accusing us. Soon as the police came in there, homicidal neglect, just because they see he black. I say, is the baby stabbed? He died in his sleep. I mean, we more needs to be proved to decide if that's a homicide. But they was questioning me. Have you seen the baby? They did Jennifer the same way. Jennifer is his black neighbor.
Yeah.
And she covered too, because she was able to say, I haven't been inside the apartment in a year. She stopped going in there too. And the reason was Caitlin. He wouldn't even meet with me without her. Yeah, so I told Elijah when we was trying to set up times to meet, he keep wanting to put her on me, and I'm saying I don't want to meet with her. Then I talked to her. She finally apologized, but no, like that autopsy stuff, I made the right move because they was asking me to go eat, go to church. Yeah, but see, huh?
Yeah, he was telling me that he wanted to take you out to eat.
But also what he keeps doing, he still keep cussing me. Right? Yeah. So he's asking me that, but he's the traditional abuser. He's up and down. So he's asking me to go eat, but then 1 month later, he gonna call me another bitch. So see, the thing is they have to be consistent. Right? So the consistency, you can't, I'm not gonna go out to eat with you and you still name calling. That's the part where he couldn't stop it. And I'm not supposed to be around abusers. I've been advised by a psychologist to not be involved with abusers. And it's because of what I ditch out to them too. So I'm considered not so safe for the abuser. Basically, the psychologist say I'm the wrong victim. This ain't the victim, right? So I have to stop myself from what I know I can do to the abuser. And I do them all the same way. Because see, I don't understand why they go so far with me. It's not, see, if I'm not talking crazy to you, right? And I'm talking peaceful, I don't understand they psyche of what triggers them. Because I don't go, that's not a reaction. That's not something that triggers me. You understand what I'm saying? So if you call me and you say, can I talk to one of my nephews? I'm not going to start like Sean Girl. I'm going to bash your motherfucking head in, bitch. I'm going to bash your motherfucking head in, bitch. See, I don't understand that. So I stay away from fucking people that's so easily triggered by something so simple as, hello, ma'am, how you doing? I would like to get to know you, know what I'm saying? Because, and I really, that's more scarier to me than when somebody go off and we arguing. So if I'm polite to you and you go off, I'm being straight up polite, then I think you really crazy, right? And I know how that's gonna pop off. It's not really a scary thing. It's just like with Sean's girlfriend. The problem and the issue is I know I'm not gonna let her bash my head in. You feel me? So I don't want to hurt that girl. So I stay away from motherfuckers that's like that. And I'm real strict about it because I already learned my lesson, Tina. I dealt with this with Kurt. All over the you remember why I ended up locked down, right? Well, how did it go? What was it over? The exchange of those kids, right? Remember that, right? So see, what the devil likes to do is repeat history, and he'll use anybody to do it. If he didn't get me then, the whole goal, what the report say I should do, life. So the devil will come back 20, 30 years later and have Sean acting up, right? And then we back. This time I might not go, I might get killed. It's not a good, look, when you're dealing with men, Tina, when they threaten you or when threats are involved, it's no good outcome. The best thing is to stay away from the situation. It don't matter. Like you and Sean, y'all get along, but it's not. See, you're gonna be affected by his wrath. So if it's the same situation. I already learned the lesson, right? I already learned the lesson, and I already know the dynamics. And I've been trained and talked to. I've had some of the best judges and lawyers talk to me about my issues, right? And one of the things they say, you're not strict enough. Every situation, there was a red flag. You ignore it, right? And that's the part where I don't ignore it no more. And I'm gonna be honest, the Sean girlfriend threat was the worst threat, right? But see, if I'm gonna be really involved with the kids, she's heavily involved, right? Me and Sean might be okay, but I'm not just dealing with Sean. You see what I'm saying? So what escalates the danger is who Sean is connected to. Just like with Elijah, he didn't hit me over there. Who put a fist on my side? Kaylin. Right. So the danger is when you interacting with a guy. And another red flag, when she went off, Sean doesn't protect me. He doesn't stop her on the phone, right? So you got to remember, we not on the south side at Roosevelt no more. He may not be my protector, and it's okay that he's not, right? But that makes it more dangerous.
Right.
Okay? Because they don't know me, right? Like they think they do. So I'm considered fucking somebody that'll hurt you. So I get involved in that situation. I get real mad and lay both they motherfucking ass out. You see what I'm saying? So it's just not. I went to anger management, and it said stay away. So that's what I'm following. So that's why I'm the way I am, and I'm strict on it because I learned the lesson, and I already know these outcomes. And in Elijah's situation, I knew something was going to happen to one of these children. And you have to be consistent with the law, right? So, because my whole goal is to help Elijah. I'm not Kaylin's mom. She could call me mom, but I'm not her mom. So, you got to be consistent. Now, see, if I would have been going over there playing grandma, right? But what happened when Elijah needed my help? I say, those not my grandchildren. See, you got to be consistent legally too. So he's not being charged with a homicide.
Right.
That is my priority, not her children. Right. So I position myself in a legal situation because I do have a criminal mind. And I understand how the courts work. So I'm in a correct criminal situation. If I go to court for Elijah, the prosecutor can't say nothing. I never helped him break the law, right? I didn't meet with him with the no contact. The baby not ours. There's no photos they can bring up. Well, no, this the child. This the grandma. She says she the grandma, right? So that's all. So I think ahead, and it worked. I do not regret my decision from not going around that baby because it took a homicide charge off my son. So I didn't go around because I want to be able to support him because I know what's coming. Because he's following my footsteps with Kurt. You do understand that, right? He's acting like me when I was with Kurt. It's the same dynamic. It's just he a man. So what did y'all couldn't tell me I wouldn't stay away from Kurt, right? Same thing he doing with Kaylin. Same situation. It's the same type of dynamic. It's domestic violence and not getting out soon enough. No contact orders. See, when that no contact order, the state did that, I told Elijah, I said, the Lord don't want you with the girl. I went through this. That was, the Lord is trying to remove the person for your safety. So you're not in prison, jail, and harmed. And that stuff went on before Elijah was born. But he still, acts like he's not strict yet. And, going through this will make him strict. You get tired of going to jail and getting assaulted and losing your money. Because you're losing something, your freedom, your money. Yeah. I lost all of the above. Finances. The little of my freedom a weekend. Court battles. It's not worth it. Ain't no pussy or dick worth all of that. So that's how I roll. And I know me. See, nobody knows me better than me. Right? I know me. Just like with Sean girl. When she said she gonna bash my head in, you know what I said? I said, what I tell her?
You told me, I forgot what you told me.
I said, ma'am, I was just in town. I like in-person threats. Do you see the problem with that? I said, I like in-person threats. So I'm saying, come on with it, bitch. Then what's the out? Because I'm not going to let her bash my head in. That's not happening.
Right.
I know on God that ain't happening. Because I got to let her bash my head in, right?
Right.
And my head not bashed in. My head never been bashed in. Because I know how to stop that shit. So ain't no bashing head. But I believe she mean that's the level of hate that she has towards a woman. She doesn't know me. I only met her one time, Tina. Only one time. I mean, I don't get her level of hate towards me. Obviously, my character has been assassinated, right? The first time I met that lady was and when I met her, nobody formally introduced her. She didn't talk to me. She never said hello. She didn't say anything at the service.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. And I went down there to meet the grandchildren. Then when I got back in town, I called to speak to them because I was trying to be an active grandmother. And it's different now, the kids, we had a good parenting thing when Miss Moorhead and me was, Miss Moorhead was kind of like the mediator in the day, right?
Yeah, I was just reading JPEG before you called me. I was just reading some of all your JPEGs that you sent me when I was in jail.
Oh, you can read those still? Yeah, because it shows on there, huh?
Yeah, I don't know how you do it on your end. You type it, right? They printed it when it gets to the prisoner, they print it out.
I still can have access to that. Do you have an email I used?
Let me see.
Yeah, because I can log in by that.
Yeah, I was just reading all of them. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead in. You saying maybe I should have stayed with Sean. Because this movie and them love, this movie and them treating me, they love me, treating me like family or something.
No, I don't think I should have stayed with Sean anymore. Yeah.
That was in 2013.
And why was I saying that? What is
Mom had passed.
who had?
Miss Loretta, her mom.
Oh, so I love Loretta though. She was an excellent mother-in-law.
But you said, look, this is what you said. I'll read to you.
Yeah, what date did I send that to?
It's April the 29th of 2013.
Mm-hmm.
You say, hey, baby sis, how are you? I just wanted you to know that I love you and miss you so much. I'm trying to stay focused. My days are busy, but I am making it through it all. Then you was helping me remember what I forget. I leave the house and I forget to put my shoes on, and then you say, hey, put your shoes on. I rush around too much. That's not loud. So I am trying to control my Nancy. And you put laugh not loud. I say this because Kurt's mom passed away, and you know I did love Loretta, and she was good to us all. However, I asked God to help my heart, because the Bible says, when you wish harm on an enemy or rejoice in their loss, God protects them and blesses them. So I pray for my soul. I pray for my mind. Yeah, I pray for my mind. However, I must say that everyone has their turn to feel pain. I guess I will pray for Kurt, for old Kurt also. May he make it. Then you say, Kurt's family told me that Loretta passed. However, I did point out to one of Kurt's relatives. They called me on the phone. That when my mama was on her dying bed, I was being served superior court documents to have my girls taken here. My home taken and my vehicle taken by this nigga that my grandmother would have given the world to.
Mm-hmm. That's true.
And so I no longer wanted to live with that insane, abusive man, brainwashing nigga. So due to my choice of marrying that man and leaving that man, all he could do was to continue the abuse towards me in court. So I guess I am supposed to fall out on the ground crying because his mom passed. Say, this ain't like Ozzie passing. Even Ozzie knew Kurt about much. He told me that before he had passed.
He sure did, yeah, because I didn't know he disliked him like that.
Mm-hmm. I knew that.
I didn't know it though, so Ozzie told me.
Mm-hmm.
And what the rest of it read?
Choosing. The man remained leaving that man. I can do is continue business. So I crammed because of my past. He didn't say Ozzie, either Ozzie knew Kurt. It wasn't about much. He told me that before he passed. So what am I supposed to feel? I acknowledge that Loretta did the best she can be in life.